Good morning. We'll call the meeting to order. We respectfully acknowledge that the Township of Algonquin Highlands is located on Treaty 20 Mississauga territory and in the traditional territory of the Mississauga and Chippewa Nations, collectively known as the Williams Treaties First Nations. We also acknowledge a historic shared presence of other Indigenous nations throughout the area, and we recognize these original inhabitants as the stewards of its lands and waters since time immemorial. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda for today? Councillor Shortreed, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Shortreed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that the May 15th, 2025 meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. Is there any disclosure of pecuniary interests or general nature thereof today? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to adopt the minutes of May the 1st? Councillors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, Council approves the May 1st, 2025 meeting minutes as circulated.
All in favor? That's carried. We have no public meetings. We do have a delegation this morning. Mr. Scott Ovell, Director of Economic Development and Tourism from the county, is here to talk to us about Wayfare strategy. Morning, Mr. Ovell.
Good morning, Your Worship and members of council. I'm just going to speak briefly before Sean Kelly from Plural provides his presentation. I just provided you with a brief staff report just to give you some context to how we got to where we are today. So the program originated actually through a request through the Dysart Culture and Resources Committee, which was subsequently forwarded to County Council. And then they asked county staff to look into a county-wide wayfinding strategy. Subsequently, we were provided direction to reach out, and we touched base with each township just to gauge their interest in the project. And there was consensus among all 4 member municipalities. It was something they thought that was worth pursuing. So we did include it in the county budget, and we received some funding through the Safe Restart program to go out to tender, and that's where we secured Plural to complete the project for us. Sean will touch on it in a bit more detail, but they do have a lot of experience working with rural communities in this space. The program was underway, or we began the process in the fall of 2023, and then most of 24 was really spent doing some background work, identifying community assets through consultation with municipal stakeholders. And then last July, we conducted a project update to County Council, which basically outlined all the community assets that would be identified on the wayfinding signage. And I should note, when we started the process, there was a consensus and agreement that we would only include municipally owned assets on the wayfinding signage. We've talked about, when the final strategy is actually produced, we'll include a process that the member municipalities could look at if they were approached by a private sector enterprise to be included, but that would be at your discretion. Following the the delegation we conducted last July, we moved on to the next phase, which is really about finalizing those community assets. And then really where the fun begins is finalizing design concepts, which is always can be a tricky process. We understand that kind of beauty is in the eye of the beholder. So what we've drilled it down to is 3 design concepts. So what we'd be looking at today is trying to get a consensus from this group or this council on which one they would prefer. As well, when Sean walks you through the community assets, if there's something there that doesn't feel right, or you feel we've missed something, feel free to note that to us to make sure that we include it. Moving forward, this is the 3rd stop in the process, so we just have Dysart Council left. We've already spoken to Minden Hills and Highlands East.
I'm sorry, Dysart Council asked what?
Is the last council we have to speak to.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You're the 3rd stop on our roadshow, so to speak. And then from that, we'll present to County Council's fingers crossed in July with the actual final strategy and look to get some adoption. Fully aware that it's probably about a 3 to 5 year implementation window when we're looking at this program. What we've identified is this would probably be a really good use of the county's portion of the municipal accommodation tax revenue. We wouldn't be looking at the townships. unless you requested us to fund this program, we would fund it through that revenue stream, and then subsequently be putting money into a reserve as basically a capital asset management program to replace any signs that were worn or damaged over time. Where we would most likely need assistance from either your public works or park staff would just be once we're into the implementation window of the program, just helping us along that when we're actually physically identifying locations that signs would go. So with that, I'll hand it over to Sean. He'll walk you through the presentation, and then we'll be happy to field any questions that you have after that.
Okay, sounds good.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for having us up to the Township of Highlands,
Could you
Highlands-
turn your volume up a little bit?
Oh. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, not well.
Oh, okay. I'll do my best. It's the same setting I use for all of them. How's that?
Okay, that's better.
That's better. All right. So you're going to switch slides for me as we go along, but thank you for having us today. My name is Sean Kelly. I'm here with my counterpart, Tatjana Vukovic, who's also on the screen today, to give you really an update on this three-phase project, my Halliburton wayfinding strategy. And as Scott has basically done, really talked about the overview of the project, where we're being, and as he suggested, we're the third stop of 4 stops along this in the county, and like I say, happy to be in Algonquin Highlands today. So next slide. So I'll introduce ourselves. I'll do a bit of a project overview. Scott's giving you a bit of information. I'll give you what I know on this, and then we'll get into the 3 phases that Scott had mentioned previously. Next slide. So for those that don't know us, and you probably met a few people from the office, we've been up in the area doing a bunch of work with different townships and municipalities and the county. We're a small design planning firm based out of Center Wellington, or the Fergus Laura area, quite south of you folks, southwest of you folks. But we've been doing this type of work for a number of years, a couple of decades now, and we work exclusively with rural communities. Wayfinding, signage strategies are things that we do. We feel we do really well for the smaller rural communities and remote communities, and I'm happy to be here. Next slide, please. So Scott mentioned the 3-phase project. It has been that, and really we had a foundations research trying to learn much about the areas we are working in. That included basically a background review. We were up in the site. We've traveled all through the township. We did a stakeholder engagement. I'll speak about that in a sec. Destination review, looking at what makes a destination, certainly in Algonquin Highlands, and we had to create some mapping. Phase 2 pushed us into sign design. Scott suggested this is the piece everyone likes. What's it going to look like? What's a gateway going to look like? What's a sign going to look like? Identifier or directional sign. So we look at sign types, concepts, and what we're looking for is really the selection of a preferred concept. We'll show 3. We have sign location plans, and then the sign messaging charts. These are the things that capture what may be portrayed from the township or municipality on the sign. And then obviously, no strategy is works well unless you have an implementation plan. These things are usually typically a multi-year project. But what you have to do is have some intent drawings, design intent drawings that can be tendered out. How do we manage the strategy? Looking at phasings and priorities, and they may be different for all the municipalities and townships. And we looked at the budgeting. Scott just mentioned how that was going to be budgeted. And then sign implementation, how we're actually going to get this done, and then the ongoing maintenance on it. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do is really reinforce a sense of place, your identity, the interconnectedness within my Halliburton, and certainly improving entry and orientation identification in the county, helping people to maneuver and get your guests and residents to where they want to be as easy as possible. Next slide, please. So moving into phase one, the background review takes a number of things. It really looks at what you have there as far as thoroughfares. Obviously, MTO jurisdiction is really paramount to this because there's a regulatory approval process that they have with with signing of signs in their jurisdiction. But the rest of it is really dealing with the official plan, and more appropriately, probably is the accessibility. That's a big thing that's really thrown wayfinding and signage on its ear a bit, making signs better, more accessible, making sure that we know what Halliburton is as far as its brand, its tourism plan, and making sure everything's accessible to the reader. And we do the best job we can in portraying that, certainly through the physical structures that we put on the roadside. Next slide. So like I said, we were certainly up into all the townships and municipalities, and Algonquin Highlands is also part of that deal. So we were in there, certainly traveled every route, looked for every trailway we could find, looking at different roadways. And you can see right now the other parts and how we intersect. And that's as important as certainly your own place being in the township, is the intersection and interconnectedness to other townships and municipality. Next slide, please. So when we get into the community, there's a bunch of things we need to look at. Obviously, we want to look at all the settlement areas, whether it's Stanhope, Halls Lake, Oxton Lake, and certainly Dorset. But we also want to look at the roadways. What are provincial highways? What are county roads? Which may be your own rural roads? And any trail interconnections that may happen. One of the big things we're trying to figure out is gateways, and rationalizing gateways and identifying how much of a gesture do we do at wayfinding standpoint is really important. And as you can see in this portrayal, this illustration, there's 4 gateways currently being shown. Next slide, please. So we did have the engagement. We do talk from members from any of the townships and any of the municipalities. We look at all the government service levels, and we want to get the public interest. We had an online survey, and that helps us determine preferred concept, sign, design. The highlights that we found for Algonquin Highlands, there was 3 of them. Number 1 being shared jurisdictions and boundaries, and that's really with the MTO, Dorset, and Oxton, and then the boat launches and the trails that you may have. Next slide, please. So breaking down and looking at key destinations, why folks will come to Algonquin Highlands, what will they want to find in the settlement communities? Most of these were promoted by the Halliburton Highlands website and marketing materials, and anything else noted by municipal representatives also making the list. And as Scott had mentioned, if there's something that's not there that I'll go through these really quickly, that needs to be added, we're certainly open to those. But the following destinations right now, we've broken these out by settlement areas. Let me start with Dorset. And these are categorized through civic, historical, recreational, and cultural categories, and there might be some other ones. In the civic realm in Dorset, obviously the County Public Library, Dorset branch, and sort of the satellite office of Algonquin Highlands. Historical, we found a couple of things there. The Dorset Lookout Tower makes sense, and the Humpback Bridge. And then when we get into the recreational or natural heritage destinations, there were 10 areas, mostly parks, maybe a trailhead. We have the recreation center as well. The pavilion makes a lot of sense, and we have a boat launch in there. As we move to cultural or institutional destinations, obviously heritage museums and information is really important as a destination. But other things noted, maybe more broadly, were downtown, the playground, the boardwalk, Lakeview, and Health Hub. When we get into Oxton Lake, there's civic destinations, recreational and cultural here. The one civic would be actually the Fire Station 70, Oxton Lake, and then recreational natural heritage destinations that made the list. They include the Beetle Lake Trail, the Oxton Boat Launch, and Oxton River, Ragged Falls Provincial Park. These are also located along MTO roads. Just adds another challenge, and certainly some considerations at permitting time. On the cultural and institutional front for Oxton Lake destinations, we have the community center. Next slide, please. Stanhope gave us 2 categories: civic destinations and cultural institutional destinations. They have a public library, Stanhope branch, and then the Highlands, the Algonquin Highlands main office. We know that main office is in Stanhope, and then the Halliburton Stanhope Municipal Airport. Cultural institutional destinations included the museum, the Beach River Bridge, and the Beach Lake Bridge. When we get to recreational natural heritage destinations, we had 11 identified in Stanhope, which again take trailheads, boat launches, the falls at Buttermilk, mostly boat launches and trailheads, and we have the courts at Stanhope as well. Halls Lake gave us two categories, historical and architectural destinations. The Log Chute Park and Trailhead at Hawk Lake made the list. And on recreational, we had 11 items again, following boat launches and trailheads, mostly with some parks. 3 parks there, and the rest, I think the Hawk Lake, Log Chute Historic Park was part of that deal. And Algonquin Highlands gave us the Frost Center Trails. Next slide, please. Phase 2 tends to be what we like to go through, and this is kind of the fun part, and it really appeals to people's aesthetic and their desires on what they like and how they want to be represented. We have 3 concepts: timber, natural forest, and my Halliburton. This is concept 1. It's the timber one, more rustic. It's strong. It's very architectural. It'll command the place it's put in, but it's really reflecting things that came to us and spoke to us about Halliburton. But you'll see there's categories of signs being represented there. You have a county gateway, 2 versions of that. Then you have what we call a vehicular directional sign. This is along MTO roads. And then we have other ones, smaller scale, that are urban vehicular directional still, and maybe something that's more local, getting right down to the kiosk. So really 5 categories of signs that are represented here. Nice dark background. The white boxes on the middle sign are things that would take universal lug optics, we call them, and those logos that will show you what's happening at the park or what's at the arena, whether there's washrooms or a boat launch or playing fields or those sort of things. Those get added on, and those are customized based on the townships or municipalities to put into. We can move to the next slide. We'll talk about the natural forest concept, our second one. We were really playing on, what we would see in the landscape. Obviously a lot of forest remnant here, picking up on pattern and textures that are there. Not wholly different than maybe the first one, lighter on the timber version, but really picking up on the graphic on the actual sign panel itself. Again, you'll see a couple of county gateways that could be used, moving into urban vehicular directional, and then the local or vehicular directional. Again, I just want to reflect on the directionals. It's different than an identifier. There is an identification aspect to the signs, but these are ones that are portraying how to get to a direction or an asset within the destination within your township. Smaller signs obviously come down in scale, but you get the sense of the scale. You can see people portrayed either on bikes or a vehicle behind. So these are sizable. They'll have a presence and they could do the job. This one has a little lighter feel than the first one. Let's move to the next slide and look at the third one, which actually brings in a little bit more color. It's my Halliburton Forest. Still rustic, friendly, still illustrating some of the more natural features we have there, but gateways, urban vehicular, directional, and then more local flair, and certainly the last one with the kiosks that will tell us how to get to certain things, or certainly how to get to an information center. Next slide, please. So these were shown during the survey. We really wanted to get a sense of what, in the county, participants would tell us. It was open for 90 days, ended in March. The final results showed us that the timber concept, the first one shown today, had almost 60% of the vote, if we can say that, or the preference, with my Halliburton Forest following last. So, timber seems to be the way to go. It had a nice presence. It seemed very unique to what we're seeing up in the area, and something that would serve Halliburton really well. So we would like to certainly get your feel on this, and that's something that Scott has asked from you to let him know. Next slide, please. So obviously, you look at these projects and you go, wow, there's a lot of signs that could happen here. Algonquin Highlands is looking at 70, and how could we ever do that? Well, when you go through this and you really look at the placement on this, and we look at the 5 areas that are going to receive signs, we'll break it down for you. In Algonquin Highlands, starting with Dorset, you can see, there's many vehicular, I call them directional vehicular signs, whether they're highway, urban, or local. These are the signs, again, that are directing your guests, your residents, visitors to where they might want to go. There's one pedestrian scaled sign. There's an information kiosk where you included 2 parking identification signs and then just a general ID sign. So, Dorset would receive, we're looking at projecting 20 signs. When we get to Stanhope, there's even more. Probably because of the roadways and everything that's going there, there's a bigger demand for directional vehicular urban, the DVU signs. There's 19 of those coming in. There's a couple at MTO level, local and urban for 4, and then just directional vehicular at a local scale 4. So 27 altogether, sizable number for Stanhope. As we get to Halls Lake, 12 signs we're looking for there. They're all directional vehicular signs. There's 7 of them that are actually urban, but 2 of those will have to deal with MTO roadways. And then we have a couple or 5 local signs for a total of 12. Oxton gives us directional vehicular signs again, 9 of them, but you see 3 of them for local, 4 were local with MTO influence, and then we have some urban signs, 2 of those with MTO influence as well. And then when we get to Algonquin Highlands in the rural areas, we have noted 2 signs needed up there for a direction for vehicular local levels. Again, all of them altogether, 70 signs. We don't do them all on the same day necessarily, and that's why there's a time period on implementation. Next slide, please. So we have some recommendations for Algonquin Highlands specific to what we've been hearing, seeing, and what we found when we were up in the area. The destination identification signs. We think you should be installing identification signs for destinations that currently are without, i.e. the Dorset Library, not shown anywhere. Review and edit existing identification signs just to enhance effectiveness. We know that a sign at Stanhope sign on Highway 35, Dorset Beach Parkette identification sign, also on 35. These kind of are probably a little less effective than they could be. Obviously, with 25 boat launches, 10 trails noted on the website, none of the beaches actually were noted. We should develop some eligibility criteria for including directional signs to be in alignment with this or my Halliburton destination goals, and certainly the wayfinding strategy. We can coordinate information with the other towns and townships and municipalities as well on the website. There's some boundary signs. You do have shared borders. They can have directional signs as well, certainly in the Dorset and Stanhope area. Those could be coordinated accordingly. Sign procurement installation on MTO road. Again, I've been mentioning all along as a regulatory kind of guideline to get these in. We're working on several of these up probably in your vicinity already. It's a permitting thing. You have to have a permit for each sign that goes in, and some structural information based on the sign. It's pretty well laid out for us, and we have good communication with MTO on this, and we can get them in. But we're looking at Oxtongue, Dorset, Parkette, and Beach, and these will require further discussion. I always like doing a pre-consult with the MTO on these 2 for feasibility to make sure they can go. We also need to coordinate with neighboring jurisdictions to maintain consistent wayfinding throughout these areas. The interconnected factor in making a place look like a place really has to do with repetition in a good way. It's consistency and making sure that our wayfinding efforts are consistent. Next slide, please. So we're moving into phase 3, and this really deals with the implementation strategy. And I'll start at the top. I'll start in the middle, actually. We have to have a management team put together, and that's a team that will be made with the county, and likely members from the municipalities and townships that we have in Halliburton. But reviewing the strategy, setting out priorities, creating that yearly plan is paramount to the activities and work they need to do. You have to know what you're working with as far as budgets go. You review that. You look at your messaging charts and sign locations, get some approvals, what should go first, get that funding in place. Then you move to a tender process. Again, having the detail, the specification ready, to help you select an appropriate contractor. I've mentioned to the other municipalities and townships, sometimes this is done on an annual basis. Sometimes the full sign program is given to one contractor. It really just depends on preference and procurement up at the county level. We always suggest that having a prototype, install a couple of signs to make sure we're meeting the expectation and the tone from the communities are positive. And if there's changes to be had, that at least we have time to do that. Always review your progress and prepare for next year. And then you get to the top again and you do it all over again. But again, management team is paramount, making sure you have the right individuals that can be staff representation from the municipalities, county, and having someone chair that team for you. Next slide, please. So there was always considerations to prioritize in all the municipalities and townships, things to think about. And I've already alluded to organizing a security management team is really important. But every community will have existing wayfinding gaps. This strategy identifies some. You might know of some that we may not have touched on. Identifying the sign problem areas and being able to sign those areas is really important. Obviously, part of a strategy, and it seems like a lot of communities forget this part, removing signs that are in disrepair, especially when you replace them with a new sign. I don't know how many communities we've gone to after the fact to see they have their old signs still up. That has to be part of the deal. And when you get into procurement and you have a contractor set, whether you do it through public works on your own or you have a contractor do that, the removal of signs in disrepair that you're not going to keep, certainly when you put new ones, has to be part of the plan. Always identify the economic impact. I think this is something to track. We find positive impacts happening to communities that not rebranding necessarily, but that certainly identify their place and mark their boundaries. Try the sign prototype I spoke about, coordinated neighbors I spoke about, and certainly providing new identification signs for those assets that have no identification. Residents might know where they are, your guests not necessarily so. This is a great boon to civic pride. People feel real good with these projects, understanding that we're being represented, we're being seen. Incorporate new signs in any new projects. If there's an opportunity and there's a new asset being developed, following the guideline on the signage and getting that implemented as identifier or even a directional sign going to it could be added after the fact. And again, working within the available budgets. And I think that might be it. Next slide, please. Yes, so we appreciate it. I'm Sean Kelly and Tatiana's on here, but we had a project team with Stacey Shantori in the office as well. And special thanks certainly to Scott helping maneuver the project with us. And I think we can take some questions if need be.
Thank you. That's a lot of information. So I would look to council for questions or comments. Councillor Barry.
Thanks for the in-depth presentation. I've been following along through all the other presentations, but I just had a couple of questions in regards to MTO fees. I know that those have they used to be a one-time fee and now they've become annual fees. How is that incorporated into this wayfinding thing? If there's going to be new signs on the roads, how many of those will have annual fees attached to them? They've become quite sizable.
Yeah, agreed. So you're talking about the Todd sign program. These are all county signs. So I don't believe we'll have a permit fee to get the sign constructed. But after that, I believe there is no fees going to MTO at this point. I don't know, Scott, am I missing something or is that your understanding as well?
Through your worship, yeah, that's the blue Todd signs are, as a business, you pay for them. And there's a process with the MTO, and then the Ministry of Tourism actually is involved in those as well. This would be different because we'd just be working directly with the MTO, and they'd be municipally owned assets, so we wouldn't be subject to the same annual fee. However, we would be subject to that permit fee. But with the MTO, I always like to put the caveat, you never quite know with them, but if there were fees ever at some point associated with this, we would just have to build that into the annual budget, and or the reserve to fund that project or fund that component.
So if I'm just thinking to save money, I'm just going to use the Stanhope Museum for an example. They've had to enter into the annual fees through Todd's. If it was identified as a wayfinding directional sign, would that mean that we could not have the Todd sign? Like, would one take over the other?
Through your worship, yeah, that's definitely something we could look at. And again, that would be, as Sean said, when we get down into the scoping and the implementation side of the project, that's where you would have that discussion about removing that. Or you could go the other way and just say, we already have an existing Todd sign and we don't feel that we need that community, the branded wayfinding there. That's the other side of the conversation. So there's a bit of nuance to that, but open to those discussions when we get to that point.
It's too bad the blue Todd signs couldn't fit into our design strategy. Other questions or comments? Councillor Richards.
Great. In thinking about that,
Mayor, I don't think your mic's on. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
in thinking about the branding strategy, and having our own branding strategy, how do these signs align with each other? When I'm looking at some of these examples of signs, some of them are saying Haliburton County, and some of them are saying in the thing Township of Minden Hills. What is that the concept that is we're going with, or is that just an idea? And how does that look in colors being very different for Algonquin Highlands versus the county?
I'm glad you asked the question about, because I also have a question about how our branding strategy as it goes forward will fit into this.
Through your worship, it's a loaded question, so I'll try to be as succinct as possible. But I think the mayor and I've I think when we started this, have kind of had conversations offline about what this would look like. So what they're presenting there, even though it says the Township of Minden Hills on a given sign, is we're trying to create brand consistency across the county. So the color and the script, if at a gateway sign, what we would look at, if they're entering Algonquin Highlands, the note would be Algonquin Highlands. As you get into kind of closer to the settlement areas, you would have kind of some my Haliburton Highlands branding and color scheme. And then I think they note in the sign, sorry, I'm talking with my hands, you would have the placemaking note below that. So it would say, Township of Algonquin Highlands, Township of Highlands East. You're just undertaking your branding process. But ideally, we would want the same color and script on all the signs. From just a brand consistency standpoint and a marketing standpoint, that's was essentially the genesis of trying to do this countywide. And so it creates some consistency, while also providing an opportunity to create that identification for each member municipality. Can definitely take that in, that feedback and those questions as they come. And when we kind of drill down and try and finalize that, I think we can have conversations with Plural about how to better define that. Again, it simply just could be, we could just use the brand colors, and then your municipal identifiers are all there, and that's how we approach that. But we wouldn't be looking at this time trying to incorporate different branding colors and design schemes for each member municipality, just to try and keep brand consistency and destination consistency.
Did you have a further question to that or follow up to that?
Okay, so I think that's something we're gonna have to talk about.
Mhm.
Further, would there be potential in the future for perhaps some coordination with the Haliburton Chamber for businesses throughout the county to be included into these wayfinding signs?
Through your worship, so when we had the discussion at the county council table, and I think we brought it up when we met with the townships as well, how we're going to approach that is basically build in a draft policy as to how, if you had a business approach you and said, I want to be involved in this, how we would deal with that. what that financing arrangement would look like. We've had similar questions from Minden Hills and Highlands East, particularly about when individuals get into a settlement area or a business destination. So when Sean noted those kind of the information signs or the information kiosks, in a lot of communities, what they have is those kiosks are designed that you can have brochures for businesses placed within each one of those kiosks. So if someone's walking down the street, they could pull out a brochure for a restaurant and check out the menu. Or we could place identifiers or maps at those locations to try and better identify those businesses in those locations. Ideally, not ideally, what we're trying to do through Wayfind is get people to where they want to go. And in particular, when we get them into those business destinations and settlement areas, we want to make it as easy as possible once they're down there to find, a business or a restaurant or a pub or a shop that they want to go to. In a lot of instances, those kiosks are located kind of around parks or washroom areas where generally there's a little bit more traffic. But absolutely, we'd be open to those conversations and trying to figure that out.
Go ahead, Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I'm just thinking of like the MTO signs that exist for some businesses that have applied to have them, and having some consistency between both of those, because there are MTO signs directing to some municipal things alongside businesses, and then so this is on top of that, and just having that consistent approach to the whole county. Which leads me to another question, in that we're talking about funding this from the MAT tax, and I certainly support and agree that this is a benefit to the entire county. But there's been some, discussion lately about equitable funding in different areas. One of them being that Dysart has chosen to do a lower MAT tax than the rest of us. So they're contributing 1% and everyone else is doing 2%. It may end up that they're contributing more just because they have a greater population, but we don't know that. So is the county doing anything to kind of be able to know that, instead of, speculation being done by the public or council in where funds are going?
Through your worship, I honestly wouldn't have an answer for that for probably 2 to 3 years until we actually know how much money the program's generating. And again, when I look at my role, it's to promote tourism and business across the county. I'm a firm believer in a higher tide floats all boats. I think once we have an understanding of the amount of revenue the program's generating, which is, I think when we, broached the bylaw, we, talked about it'll be a while, just trying to get people on board with signing up to register STRs. Once we have a solid understanding of the breakdown perhaps between each individual township about, annually what's coming in, happy to discuss how that could get broken down. But, we're just, when we do that, we're opening doors to kind of basically cutting up the pot of money and just making it more challenging. I think we would just have to look at ways. Alternatively, this would be one project through that fund. I think there'd be alternative ways that we could look at through perhaps supporting local events and saying that 25% is generated through this municipality, so a portion of that. But until we sit down with the board and actually have kind of a full understanding of the amount of money generated through that program, it would be pure speculation on how we're going to split that up and divvy it up between 4 separate townships.
So further discussions required with respect to that. I think as going forward, as we have more information, probably need to have a discussion at county council about that. Councillor Berry, then Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I know, I don't really know if this is a cultural destination or a civic destination, but I do think it's a destination that people are always looking for. In regards to landfills, has that been a discussion as having landfills as part of the wayfinding? I'm thinking like all of our local residents, they know where they are, but because this is to build towards tourism. I just wondered if that has been a consideration or discussion.
Through your worship, I don't believe it's come up, but you're the first individual that's brought it up. We can definitely take that into consideration. I think it would make sense, given that there's the use of them. So I maybe just, if Sean, if you have anything to add, if you've dealt with that or included that in the past in a previous community.
Well, that's a good point. Thank you for
Uh,
raising
through
that.
your- Through you, your worship, I think we've seen this in the past and mixed response on whether that's an asset we're bringing people to. Is this merely a direction sign? You know, when we talk about tourism and economic development, is it serving that kind of feature or not? But you know, there are communities out there that actually add things that aren't not necessarily in that realm of perhaps tourism destinations. But you know, landfills need to be used and they need to be found. So we've seen both. It's not something that comes up all the time in every community. But as Scott says, it's something we can take back and certainly consider.
Oh, I think it's a good question and something that needs further consideration. You know, and maybe that's another thing that could be brought up at county council because you get a response from all four municipalities on whether that's something they'd be looking for. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. The other area that I wondered was in regards to cemeteries, if that's something that's ever considered, like historical churches, that type of thing.
Through your worship, yes, we've seen cemeteries, we've seen schools as well. I mean, it gets into a lot of things that folks would like to have, but again, I think we defer usually to the management team and addressing messaging charts and the types of destinations they want to portray. Cemeteries do, and they're certainly becoming much more of a destination as far as you know, people looking for things to do and looking at heritage of communities. They are becoming a destination in their own right. So we're seeing, we do a lot of cemetery work ourselves actually. And so we're seeing that as an overlay with economic development. Can you make a destination from a cemetery standpoint? For instance, if you've had, you know, some great percentage of population buried in a cemetery that were participants in some, you know, natural heritage or resource extraction of the area, or you know, mariner type of situations and events. We're doing some up in the Kincardine area, which is really about promoting that and identifying the mariner aspects of their community. So you know, different communities deal with it differently. Again, I would suggest this is something that the community decides on with Scott. And the types of destinations you want to portray.
Yeah, it's not just the cemeteries themselves, but the churches, which many of are heritage buildings that are attached to the cemeteries. So something that needs consideration. I'm going to go to Deputy Mayor Dayoun and then back to you, Councillor Richards.
Thanks to all for all of this hard work. I have two areas in my mind where I'd like to pose a question, really just for your insight on process moving ahead. One of them is the number of signs we already have welcoming people to Dorset. It seems like no matter where you turn, there's another sign saying, hey, welcome to Dorset. And I wonder what that might look like for us, because there is such a thing as too many signs. I'm cognizant of that. The other area is about boat launches, as noted in the report. I think we have 25 or 27 of them. Some of them, they are all public spaces, absolutely. Some of them are quite restricted when it comes to parking. I'm almost worried about being the victim of our own success with multiple tourists coming through the area and deciding to stop. Hey, let's have our lunch at this lovely boat launch that they otherwise wouldn't have known about. And not being able to park there or blocking other people or whatever it might be. We're not really set up to take on more people in certain spaces than we're already welcoming, even though they are public spaces. So you spoke about an eligibility process, I think, for which docks and landings might receive signage, etc. I wonder if you could expand a little bit more on that.
Through your worship, how we would go about that was probably working pretty closely with actually your public works or parks and recreation staff. And if the request came through your council, basically to just identify, like, if we've got 25, we probably don't need all 25, so it might be 5, right? And in which 5 are those? It would be a collaborative process. It wouldn't be, myself at the county kind of saying, here it is. And I think that also just to weave off that a bit, that response is really similar. I think that the number was 70 signs. So, when we get into the implementation side of this, if it's adopted by county council, we may get to a point where it might only be 40, right? As you noted, there's only, there might be too many signs. Sometimes that comes down to finance. Sometimes that just comes down to, hey, we don't feel we need that. And again, that's all through conversations with, both this group at the table, as well as your staff, and can provide additional insight into that. As Sean noted in the deputation or delegation, sorry, would be when it gets to going through and looking at, all these signs for Dorset as an example. I think what we would do is build that into the tender, so that the company that was actually doing the fabrication and installation would be doing kind of an inventory of what's already out there, and then coming back to us with, here's what we'd suggest removing. And again, that would be through consultation with your staff on what that looks like. And also, just particularly from an Algonquin Highlands standpoint, probably with the MTO, just given your proximity and the synergy between both, or on the signage with both organizations.
With respect to the boat launches, I do think that they're an important item that needs to be identified, and granted, there are problems associated with parking, but that's something that we're working on separately, so hopefully we can resolve that over time. I mean, this project is going to take time, and we'll need some time to resolve the parking issues as well. I'm not quite sure exactly what point you were trying to make about the signs in Dorset. Like, do they match the direction that we're trying to take, or is it just simply that you're concerned about too many signs?
More the latter. I think it's very helpful and reassuring to hear that there is that process for thinking about what is the inventory that's currently there.
How does it match?
How can it match? But also, Lakewood Bays has put a fairly modern sign in. We presumably wouldn't want to put a welcome to Dorset sign right beside it. So there's obviously a conversation. There's also a civic sign right by the bridge. So it's very much a conversation. And so it's reassuring to hear what that process is, to see if we can make it fit.
Yeah. Back to you, Councillor Richards.
I'm hearing that we're probably going to need to have more conversations about what particular assets are determined within these signs. So I would assume that would come back to us, or it would go up to county. I'm not sure. I would think it would be us that would more define that. But like just on boat launches alone, yes, there's some challenges to certain ones. And on the other hand, there's people coming up for short-term rentals trying to find the boat launch on their local lake that are getting crazy lost. Even I get lost sometimes. The other thing that I thought of was, what about other assets that are within our communities, such as like Unicani Dam, which you get to by water access, or Blueberry Island, or areas that would be water access, not road access. Are we considering those in this? Probably not at this point in time, but what would be the process going forward if we come up with something later on that we want to add? It would just be adding, or?
Sorry,
Go
through your
ahead.
worship. So the first part of your question, how the process would work is, once we've met with every township, and fingers crossed we get some consistency on kind of a preferred design, we'd go back to county council with, if we thought this was a lot of information, it'll be probably quadruple that when we present it to county council. And what Sean's team will have is essentially a map that will identify every sign that is being proposed within the county, and what's going on each sign, the size of that sign, to help build the tender. If that's if it's adopted by county council, just through previous experience, I believe just speaking with a former colleague the other day, and I think they had a wayfinding strategy adopted in 2021, and I think they just put signs in 2024. So it's there is a long journey ahead of us, but we can work through that if you want to finalize that, or we just delay the adoption if you've got concerns about those, what those community assets are. I'm not pressing that we have to get it adopted by July, really. It's just would like to get that kind of finalized version. And then if we have to, go back to and tweak it, that's totally fine. On the second side of it, having considered water access and, directional signage, getting people to islands or things like that. If that's a request, from this group, we're happy to accommodate that and try and include it. And then I think the last part of the question, I hope I'm following along, is just in the future, if you wanted to say, we feel that we'd like to put a sign in this location, that's up to you. You would just let us know. The beauty of once we have the strategy identified and adopted and the specs and we've tendered things is adding kind of one sign isn't, I'm not going to say a big deal, but it would be fairly straightforward just from a standpoint of we would know how it would be classified. We would know the materials that would be needed. We would already have whatever firm we tendered with would probably have as a vendor a record moving forward that we would use to replace. So again, those requests would come from this council, and then would just be filtered through the county council, and we would just build that into an annual work plan, recognizing if we had a winter anything similar to what we had this year, probably you're going to have some damage to signage as we move through, and every year there'll probably be kind of a repair and maintenance plan. So if you've got to add a couple through that process, that's totally feasible.
And a couple of points. One of the things that was mentioned in the presentation was a management team. And I may have been, I may have misunderstood, but I took from that there would be someone appointed from each of the 4 municipalities to be included in that management team.
Through
no?
your worship, that right now would be how I would probably propose that to county council.
So that would provide a mechanism for back and forth recommendations, like discussions here and then going back to council for finalization. I think that would probably work well.
And if I just may follow up as well, and what we may do just to provide some flexibility is we may say it might be 2 people, and maybe it's a public works rep and a parks and recreation rep, and then they're just there. I don't want to kind of scare anyone that we're going to have these massive meetings and it's going to be this huge allocation of resource, but it just gives us, we have a direct conduit through your organization that can provide us the input and then provide us the guidance, as well as, something tweaks with them, then we can just come back to the table to this group.
So at what point would you be looking for recommendations for who would represent Algonquin Highlands or each one of them?
Through your worship, most likely the fall. It would be once the program's adopted or the strategy's adopted, that would probably be the next step, would just reach out through council.
Okay.
Or the CAOs, and if we get some names, then I would probably just bring a brief staff report forward saying these are the individuals that'll act as a management team or a management group to help with the implementation of the strategy.
You mentioned maintenance, and I'm wondering about the responsibility for maintenance of signs. Would it be, for instance, Public Works in each of the 4 municipalities, or is the county going to assume responsibility for maintenance of the signs?
Through your worship, so we would assume responsibility for the signs and assume ownership. So I believe I mentioned, and apologies if I didn't, part of the annual budgeting process would be setting aside some money to build a reserve for the repair and maintenance. I think the only thing we would probably be requesting from your staff individually would be as if they're out on patrol or plowing a road or on summer maintenance, if they come across a sign that it's been damaged or spray painted or something like that, just to notify us, and then we could go through that process and begin either reinstalling it or repairing it. And I think we would look at using, as I noted, is probably the firm that we tendered. We would probably put on as a vendor a record with the county, so we could deal directly with them.
One further question before I move on. I'm concerned about one of the, well, there's two things on the list of sites that have been identified. I see that the Oxtown Fire Hall was noted, but I didn't notice, maybe I missed it, that the other two fire halls were listed. The one in Dorset and the one in Stanhope. And finally, I'm concerned about one particular site that we have in Algonquin Highlands, and that's the log chute. It is, I mean, to me, it's one of the key tourism locations to look at, but it is severely damaged right now, and we are going to have a discussion about whether we remove the existing log chute, and we don't know what the timing is on the replacement of it because we need to work with Parks Canada. So I don't want to say not have a sign, but like we would need to consider what that sign would say.
Through your worship, so the Stanhope Fire Hall probably would be built into the signage for the municipal building. Whether we would have a marker on that, but we could identify that separately.
But I would think you would almost have to, because it's one thing to say Stanhope
Yep.
Administration Building. A fire hall is a totally different thing.
And we can include the Dorset one as well. On the log chute, I would just leave that to your discretion, to be honest with you. We would have it noted, but if you came to us when we're scoping it out and developing the implementation plan and your staff notes like we're a ways away, then we don't install it. And again, that's trying to build that flexibility in for as many organizations as we can.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Jumping back to the proposed concepts for a minute, I was delighted to see the survey results. It is very much in line with my preferred concept, which is concept number 1, timber. My question on this, though, and it's from a non-graphic design background, is have you prototyped or beta tested or whatever the words are, the dark background color at scale, field tested somewhere in a community? Because when I look at it, I love the warm charcoal gray feel. It's not black. It's off black. It's a beautiful, beautiful tone. But if it's at scale and in the direct sunlight, for example, what will it look like? Would it look like that, or would it look just like a black base? Or is the prototyping really left to the moment that we get to prototyping in the process that you've described? Love the color and worried.
I think I'm going to pass this one off to Sean and lean on his experience in this space. So.
Thanks, Scott. Through your worship, that's a great question. And, the rendition of the colors that you will see on your screens or on a print material from what we suggest might be off depending on where you're printing it, if what your screen's settings are at. I'm talking about your laptop screens. So you're picking up on the nuance on these things. We prototype for this very reason. We actually provide all the CMYK information, all the color coding that a sign fabricator will use. There'll be a little bit of, looking at the paint chips, if I can call it that, and ensuring it's the color we want. Things we look for from an accessibility standpoint, obviously, is the relative contrast between background and fonts and those sort of things. But the actual color choice will be tested prior to fabrication. And once we're happy with that, the prototype is actually the test of it, ultimately. We do specifications, certainly for procurement, that require a full-size panel be developed for review prior to the installation. So it's kind of like a mock sign, if you can call it that. And we can position that anywhere and look at it, face the sun, face traffic, whatever we want. But the specification addresses pretty decent testing. So we get what we want in the end, and everyone gets happy with it. So that's a great question, especially when you're dealing with when you're dealing with any color. Frankly, it's not necessarily only dark colors, but you want to make sure that we're hitting the mark on what everyone's expecting.
Great, thank you very much.
I'm glad you asked that question because I too I'm very, very keen on the timber design, and my only question would have been about the black and whether that works. And I did note when we were doing signage before, and the My Halliburton Highland signs, that some of them, in conversations with MTO, we ended up having to go with white as opposed to black. it didn't resonate the same way as the black ones did. So anyway, it'll be interesting to see how we come out with that.
And if I may too, through your worship, we had a question, I believe it was Council Ryall at Highlands East that even just asked about like reflective lettering. Again, we talked about trying, in rural communities, we're not always going to have excellent light when we're getting these. We'll focus on trying to have as much signage as at major intersections as possible. But Sean noted that as well, that we can include reflective paint or design materials, so when driving by with a vehicle, it'll pop more if it's later in the evening.
Other questions or comments? So, other than receiving the information and giving us lots of food for thought, are there specific asks that you have of us today?
If there's a consensus on the design concept, I've made notes, and it's always been in the back of my mind when starting this process about trying to allow for the individuality of each member municipality while trying to kind of keep the brand consistency. So I'll chat with Sean about that, and maybe when we get to the final designs get to county council, we'll try and figure out ways that we can incorporate. So in this case, Algonquin Highlands would be noted more prominently than perhaps it would be the My Haliburton Highlands or Haliburton County piece. So, but if there's a feeling that timber, the number one design is where you're at, if I can walk out of the room with just knowing that, so when we come back to county council, I can with a relative amount of confidence say that we landed, here's what was the preferred design concept, and then maybe have some more finite options presented.
So I would ask council, other members of council that haven't spoken to which is a concept they prefer. Is there a concurrence on the timber concept? Councillor Shortreed,
Timber for me.
timber for you. I see nodding head from Councillor Barry and Councillor Richards.
The survey results showing that's what they wanted. So.
Can we include that in our resolution? I see you scribing away. So could you read the resolution that you have for us?
Be resolved, council receives a delegation regarding the County of Haliburton Community Wayfinding Strategy for information, and the council approves design concept 1 timber.
Could I have a mover and a seconder for that? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you so much. A lot of information here, an exciting project, lots of work going forward and some future decisions to be made, but we look forward to having further discussions about this.
Well,
Particularly how our branding exercise that we're doing here will fit into the process.
Well, I appreciate council's time, and thank you for providing your input.
Thank you. We have no presentations. Did anyone have any issues or wish to pull either of the consent agenda items? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to accept the consent agenda? Councillors Barry and Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that items listed under the consent agenda are considered routine and acted in one motion. Each matter of business contained in the consent agenda is recorded separately in the minutes of the meeting, and the council has reviewed the May 15th, 2025 consent agenda consisting of various staff reports containing proposed recommendation, and hereby adopts and approves the consent agenda and directs staff to proceed with all necessary administrative actions.
All in favor? That's carried. Okay, next up is building and bylaw. And we'll then take a break after building a bylaw. Morning, Mr. Moore. First up is your monthly activity report.
Yes, thank you. Little bit more uptake on permits this last month. We're looking at one dwelling, $2 million in construction value and $19,000 in permit fees collected last month. So certainly trending upwards.
I look forward to that continuing. Questions or comments on the activity report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive it? Councillor Richards, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Counselor Richard, seconded by Counselor Short-Read. Be it resolved, council receives Building Bylaw Report BLDG 725 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. So next is the report on septic inspection or re-inspection program. Good morning.
Good morning. Madam Mayor and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to present options for your consideration. In alignment with your previous direction and commitment to protecting our lakes and natural environment, staff have continued work on the discretionary septic re-inspection program. This initiative reflects strong leadership in environmental stewardship and demonstrates a proactive approach to supporting both public health and water quality. With ongoing support, staff have advanced the development of key program elements, including an inspection model focused on environmentally sensitive areas, exploration of innovative administrative options for efficient program delivery, and the design of engaging educational tools to promote long-term homeowner responsibility. Recognizing the municipality's commitment to responsible governance, we are also reviewing compliance strategies, including the potential application of administrative monetary penalties to ensure the program remains both fair and effective. Turning now to program specifics, I'd like to highlight for council several key points that form the basis for the options before you today. Historical program success. The township has a strong track record of proactive septic management beginning in 2000, with the most recent program concluding in 2024 with a 92% compliance rate. Environmental protection remains a priority. The proposed program applies to private on-site sewage systems with a design capacity of up to 10,000 liters per day. Priority is recommended for properties on water bodies supporting ongoing lake health initiatives and the shoreline preservation bylaw. Program enhancements and technology integration. Adoption of modern tools and technologies, including secure self-reporting platforms such as Cloud Permit, GIS mapping, and QR-coded labels to provide property owners with instant access to inspection records and educational content, as well as expanded public education through strengthened partnerships with lake associations and stewardship groups. Delivery models for your consideration. Number one, the recommended in-house model, which combines mandatory self-reporting for classes 1, 2, and 3 systems with on-site inspections conducted by qualified township staff for class 4 and 5 systems. Number 2, contracted services, full delivery through a third-party contractor. And number 3, a hybrid approach, which is a mix of in-house and contracted services. Implementation is targeted for spring/summer of 2026 with an expected 4 to 5 year program duration. In closing, this balanced and forward-thinking approach ensures that Algonquin Highlands continues to lead in source water protection while embracing modern technologies, fostering community engagement, and demonstrating strong municipal leadership. At this time, it is our pleasure to support you by answering any questions or receiving any comments you may have.
Thank you. Thank you for the work that you've done leading up to this and for an excellent report. I would, just for everyone's information and my own clarification, like to ask exactly what systems are covered under classes 1, 2, and 3. I understand part of it is outhouses.
Excellent question through you, Madam Mayor. Class 1s would be your typical outhouse, so to speak, an earth pit privy. It also includes composting toilets and incinerating toilets that covers most of the class 1 options as far as that goes. Class 2s are gray water systems, which go hand in hand with a class 1 essentially. So gray water is dealt with as well. Class 3s are cesspools actually, which we have very few of in the municipality. Class 4s are your standard septic system with a tank, leaching bed, and a class 5 is a holding tank.
I did have a little bit of concern about self-reporting until I understood that it was, mainly directed at those levels of the classes 1, 2, and 3. Not because, not because I don't trust the public to carry through with the process, but in their level of understanding of what it is we're looking for. And I'm assuming that all of that information would be made available to them and exactly what it is we need to hear from them. And if I understand correctly, that aspect of it would include periodic or random inspections by our staff?
That is correct, Madam. Yes.
Okay. Deputy Mayor Dayo?
What would be the frequency of either the mandatory self-inspection or the inspection? And I have this in mind, thinking that if someone is putting in a new build and they've got a Rolls-Royce septic system going in, maybe the frequency that new septic has to be inspected is different than someone who's got a 20-year-old system or a class 1. Could we be looking at, some systems only being inspected once every 10 years, or would everyone be inspected at the same frequency?
Through you, Madam Mayor. That would be something for council to consider as far as the frequency of those inspections. Typically, if we worked on a 4 to 5 year program completion at this point in time, depending if council desired to move into another program at that point, I would say approximately every 5 years seems to be somewhat of a standard as far as these inspection programs go.
I would also voice some caution about what you term to be a Rolls-Royce system, because I've heard in a number of the, particularly the Lake Health meetings and the Lake Stewards meetings, and where there have been presentations on septic systems, that people have put in absolutely top of the line systems and they've failed within the first year. So, there's some cautionary notes associated with that. And I do think that the standard has been, as you stated, more in the every 5 years, just to make sure that everything's working well and given the importance or the possible impact the system can have on our environment. Madam CIO?
I think direction would be required though by council that if, when the program restarts, that staff, council decide whether or not, for example, if a system was installed within the last year or two, that be a system that's not inspected during this program. It would be inspected
In the next
exactly
round.
So,
Yeah.
but we would need that timeline for staff to follow.
Councillor Berry, then Councillor Richards.
Just in regards to, it says here that staff recommends number 1. But that isn't, I guess I just want some clarification. So for if we're choosing in-house as the recommended option, how would that work in regards to the class 4 and the class 5?
Yes, through you, Madam Mayor. In regards to the class 4 and 5 systems, those, if council decided to go with the option number 1, those systems would be inspected by a qualified township inspector as far as that goes. So they would be scheduled. The inspections would, again, depending upon council's direction, likely be similar to previous inspections that the township has conducted. So staff would be taking care
Okay.
of those inspections.
Councillor Richards.
I think it was somewhat discussed previously about like a new system, 5 years, and then it would hit into the reinspection program, which I think is good. With the, potential for a new system to fail, is there any consideration given to a lot of new systems? I don't know if it's mandatory or if it's just the smart thing to do is having an alarm installed along with the septic on newer systems usually. So I'm not sure if that makes any difference in helping to alleviate that concern of a failure. And then on the random inspections that you would do on the class 1, 2, 3, how frequently would they be? And what percentage of them would be inspected randomly?
Yes, excellent. Through you, Madam Mayor. As far as I will address the alarms first. At this point in time, alarms, both audible and visual alarms, are required on any system that class 4 system that utilizes a pump chamber, essentially. So if we are pumping to another elevation, they are required. So they are also required on class 2 systems that operate in the same manner. A traditional gravity-fed system, I have not seen alarms used in that application. At this point in time, it is not an industry standard as far as that goes. However, there are some very useful inspections that homeowners can actually do, and we would actually do those as well. And one of those on most new systems are filters. So on the effluent end of a class 4 septic tank, all new systems have filters included in them, and regular filter maintenance is a very important part of a properly functioning septic system. To answer your second question in regards to the amount of inspections that staff would conduct, at this time, I wouldn't be able to give you a specific number without a little bit more direction and the number of systems that we would potentially be dealing with. However, I feel like we would be quite thorough in that process.
A couple of questions before we move on. Would you consider that a pump out is required as part of the inspection for class 4 and 5?
Yes, Madam Mayor, that's an excellent question. And it's a question that often finds itself in these discussions as far as inspecting systems. To be honest with you, as we conducted inspections in the past and actually having been boots on ground essentially in the last 2 years doing that, there are a lot of benefits to seeing a system full or working at its capacity, so to speak, when it comes to an inspection. You're able to view levels. You're able to see where the inlet and outlet levels are in a tank. You're able to see if effluent is exiting the tank. The real world functioning, I do believe, is important when you are examining a tank. And I'll follow that up though with saying that if an inspector feels that further investigation of a septic tank would be required, a pump out could certainly be recommended, and for a qualified third party individual to inspect that.
It's just, excuse me, I've heard from a number of the folks that make presentations about septic inspections that in order to do an absolute, like I really hear the point about being able to see how the system is operating, but that you can't really do a thorough inspection of the entire system without having a pump out done and seeing, what the tank, the condition of the tank is or the holding.
Yes,
portion.
no, and that's an excellent point. There's a couple of considerations and I'm certainly well versed on the individual speaking to that. There are definitely advantages. The other side of it as well is the environmental impact of pumping out every system as far as even scheduling that, aligning that up, the capacity of our lagoon, factors like that as well. There is some scientific information available that suggests that when systems are functioning properly after an inspection, we determine that it's often better to allow nature to work its course through that system. And 90% of the time, they do a fantastic job at doing that.
If I may add to that, I believe the only benefit to a pumped out tank is going to be able to inspect the baffles and the chamber division and everything correctly with no liquid in it. You can inspect the baffles pretty clearly with the fluid levels at the correct height because they are above that. Plus, there has been indication that you may be able to see, say, a cracked tank, for instance, whereas a concrete tank inherently will have cracks from new. I mean, that doesn't necessarily mean it leaks. So you won't be able to really tell if a tank's leaking unless you have the level that you're going to inspect and the working level. So I just wanted to add a little bit to that if I could.
No, I'm glad to hear that because we do hear conflicting kind of opinions about what should be done. Which would mean, I mean, if we were looking at requiring a pump out, you'd have to try and schedule the pump out and the inspection at the same time. So you could see it full and empty. So, I just deferred to what you're saying. The other question I had was how many staff of our staff are as what you call qualified inspectors for septic systems?
Excellent question. Yes, currently there are two of us, our CBO, Mr. Moore, and myself.
And we're looking at them.
Yeah.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I'm happy to see in the finance section that this could be relatively cost neutral if we were to do it in-house. Could that include adding another person if required, given workloads? Is that what you're considering? That the additional cost could be offset by fees, et cetera? Yeah.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is what we are considering for sure. And that'll be part of the operation once we receive direction on which route you'd like to go.
I would suggest that we should be looking at cost neutral for any system that for no matter what we do. And that is a concern of mine. We consistently hear at every time we put a new bylaw in place or go to a lake association meeting, this argument that like, why are you putting new bylaws in place? You're not enforcing the ones that you've already got. And this is a to me, it's a massive workload that we're adding to staff if we decide to go with in-house. And I'm really struggling with adding that level of work to staff without having to hire another person, which I assume we would likely end up having to do. Whether there isn't a benefit to just going ahead with a fully contracted service. I guess I'd also want to know when you talk about a hybrid, what does that mean? Like what would we do and what would the contractor do when we're looking at a hybrid service?
Yes, great question. A hybrid model, the scope of leaks actually currently is using a hybrid model. They have historically conducted, they have what they call phase one inspection through the building department, and that has run for, to my understanding, a number of years. The phase two inspection that they actually had an RFP on that, and there would be a third-party contractor who takes care of those systems as far as inspections go. So it's a little bit of a mix. As far as the building department taking on some of the inspections. So in this case, just as an example, I would say perhaps a class one or class two inspection. And perhaps an RFP taking care of class four, class five systems. The interesting part to that though is that we have a diverse properties in Algonquin Highlands, and many cottages historically had a class one outhouse and a gray water pit under the cottage, for example, let's say. And as times changed, they've added a hospital. So there's perhaps more family members, more people using space. So it becomes a bit of a challenge as far as who would do what in that application. Because some properties have systems. So it would be slightly challenging as far as scheduling.
Madam CAO?
You're absolutely correct, Madam Mayor, that it is a workload issue. We would probably be looking at recommending for council's consideration moving forward another person to do septic, to do the inspections or assist with them. Through the last program, we recognize that there are benefits to us administering, being more hands-on on the scheduling. We have then control of returning phone calls, that sort of thing. When we were removed from it, it became challenging. So I think it would be opportunity to better the program if we had control of those aspects.
Another concern that I've got is the matter of what it's going to cost the resident. Because there's always a cost associated with this, and it's like I would like to see or be able to see a comparison to what we would consider to be appropriate fees to cover our costs and what a contractor would cost for inspections and how that impacts our residents. And I'm not sure we got that information at the present time. I'll go to Councillor Barry and then to Councillor Shortreed.
Just in regards to hiring more staff, if it's a case of our current staff could cover, I'm just gonna put it out there, 70–80% of the inspections. And we needed extra staff to sort of fill the void of what we couldn't take on in-house. Has there been any discussion in collaborating with any of the other municipalities and where they're at with septic inspections? Like, is there a way that we could share a contract with something like that? I just wonder if that's an opportunity rather than having another full-time staff.
I haven't participated in any of those discussions, but I do know that, so for example, Minden Hills has a contractor, the same previous contractor that we used. And Dysart has full-time staff for them, for their own program. So I don't know the capacity that they would have to share that. That's certainly a discussion we could have. But at this point, I'm not sure.
Councillor Shortreed, then Councillor Richards, then Deputy Mayor Diane.
Just following through with the CEO comments, this is going to be perpetual. It's a never-ending project. So we're going to, every 5 years, either have to hire a contractor or have staff, but it's not going to stop.
No.
So is it more efficient to have staff? Is it more efficient to have somebody trained, they know the area? They were at this place 5 years ago and they knew that maybe something was going to be done this time. I mean, there's so much more to having a staff member do it because it's something that's going to be done forever.
It's a good point. I'm still interested in knowing what it's gonna cost. I'd like that information, but you know, that's an excellent point. CAO,
Just related to the cost, if council and I'm sort of hearing that that's a preference, is once council gives the direction on which option, then we can bring that back for the cost, to look at the cost comparison on contractor and we'll do it in.
but if you're asking us to make a decision on which option we want to go with, like, I mean, I'm sort of thinking we need that comparison before we decide which option to go with, what's the more expensive route to take, and it's hard to do that without, I don't know if you can put out an RFP that says we may or may not do this. What would it cost if we decided to go forward? Like, how do we make a decision on which option when we don't know what it's gonna cost to protect?
Right, if I may, we would be able to give you they would be approximate costs. We know what our last program costs. We
Mhm.
know a future one might be probably more than that. So we can base it on those estimates. And then council could give the direction to move forward with whichever.
I think it was Councillor Richards was next.
I was along the same lines as Councillor Shortreed. I think it took 5 years to do it the last time, so it's gonna take,
It took longer than 5 years.
well, but it's gonna be every 5 years starting over, so it would make more sense to do it in-house rather than a contractor theoretically. But I would like to see the actual numbers just to confirm it.
Mhm.
But my inclination is to go with, staff's recommendation on wanting to do it.
I'm sorry, Deputy Mayor, do you?
Yeah, my inclination is the same, and it would be interesting to see the numbers. I can't see how an external contractor would come in under what we could do in-house. And based on Councillor Shortleyd's comments, my great fear would be what happens if in year 7, our contractor decides either he or she doesn't want to do it anymore. And then, wow, we're starting all over again and building relationships and passing files and data sets. Whereas if it's in-house, it just rolls with the business of the department, which for me makes an awful lot of sense. And I know I'm getting into operations, but in my little ideal world, I would be curious to know if you could arrange an inspection at the same time you're doing a footings inspection or whatever it is, so that, you're not doubling up efforts when you could get 2 birds with 1 stone. So your business, not mine, but that's the kind of efficiency that I love to think about.
And I think it's our business as well, because of one of the questions that I was going to ask was, in discussing a brand new system, I'm assuming that, as part of the inspection process, when a septic system is being installed, we do an inspection of that system when it's completed. So that kind of takes care of that. Okay, other questions or comments? Deputy Mayor Dayu?
Just to confirm something that you suggested could be possible, that for folks who are doing the self-inspection, that we could potentially require a mandatory photo upload, and maybe those photos are seen before the certificate is offered. And I know it's not entirely foolproof. They could be taking photographs in somewhere else, but it just increases the trust level a little bit. And I think that would be a great add-on if staff deem that worthwhile.
Through you, Madam Mayor, if I may, that's an excellent point, and it's actually one that I find personally very exciting as far as utilizing a self-reporting option, but also the innovations we have in technology now. We have the ability to, explain to constituents the process and the requirements. We have the platforms to do that, and we have the technology to make that happen So exciting.
Okay, so I am hearing, kind of generally speaking, that council is in agreement with the recommended option. Okay. Could we hear your resolution, Madam Clerk?
Sure. Be it resolved, council receives report, building bylaw report BLDG 825 regarding septic reinspection program, proposal for information. And further, council directs staff to proceed with option one and direct staff to bring back costs associated with the in-house program and contracted services.
A mover and a seconder. Does that sound sufficient as a resolution? Yes. Okay, Councilors Richards and Deputy Mayor Dayu. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, gentlemen. Good work. And I think we'll call for a 15-minute break. Welcome back to the regular session. The next item up for discussion are Parks, Recreation, and Trails business. First up is your proposal for parking consulting services.
Yes, thank you. And through you, Mayor. As council will recall, during budget deliberations, we received some information with costing on a parking master plan. During discussion, it was determined we wanted to move towards getting an updated costing and proposal for a consultant-led facilitation of a parking philosophy discussion. What you see before you today is that proposal. I've had several back and forths with the consultant between the last proposal and this proposal. And I'm confident that this is going the direction that we'd like to see it go in at this time. So I'll give a brief overview of the outcomes of this and really what we're looking to achieve, and then looking for feedback from council on anything that we may want to consider adding or altering in this proposal, and then hopefully be able to get approval to go ahead with the acceptance of the proposal. So this includes just a really high level overview. Each one of these points are broken down in detail within the proposal, but we'd start with a virtual initiation meeting with staff. So the staff team would include myself, the CAO, the public works manager, the planner, and our project manager. And that will essentially drill down on exactly what the project scope and work plan, including the schedule of that work plan, would be. From there, we develop that schedule, and then I'd like to get that consultant in with those staff members and council, and in a staff and council engagement session, very similar to what we did in the development of our strategic plan, where we have that consultant who's a professional in the field being able to guide us through a discussion where we're able to give feedback on priorities, problem areas, really kind of that whole overview analysis. They then take the information, review that relative to best practices, do a background studies review for similar circumstances and similar sized comparable areas, and then they'd come back with a summary and presentation of recommendations to us. The outcome would really be to have a report that would give us future milestones specific to our priorities. Now, the costing that we did put in our budget this year is $20,000. That was coming up with that ahead of getting this information back and really just putting a number to it. That's coming from our reserves. They are proposing a $25,000 budget in this proposal. Council would have the option of taking that additional amount from that same parking reserve, which is currently at $157,000. So looking for thoughts, feedback, and potential approval from council on this.
Thanks for the work that you've done on this. It is obviously, as you've heard, a strong priority of council's. A couple of questions. This does appear to me to be a sole source, and I'm just wondering how we arrived at. I'm assuming that there may not be a lot of companies who specialize in parking plans, but I guess I wanted to ask about the choice of consultant and that it is a sole source.
Sure. So you are correct. We haven't gone through a request for proposal services. This is in line with our purchasing policy, and when we're looking for proposals for consultant services, we do have the option to be able to move ahead with them based on council direction. Landing on this consultant was done through online research, looking at similar plans that other municipalities had. I spoke to a couple of the municipalities when I was looking through those plans to ask them who they used for their parking master plan, having found it online. And this was the company that was given. I reached out to them to develop the budget, and then I continued with them to further this proposal. And that's how we've ended up here. Yeah.
They look like they have lots of experience. My only concern was that their experience seems to be geared towards more urban types of environments and, without much emphasis on things like docks and landings, which is really what our priority is. So, I'm hoping that, discussions, as you say, having a meeting with staff and then, a further meeting with council and staff that we can alleviate any concerns that we have about their level of experience and suitability to do this work.
Sure.
Questions, comments from council? Councillor Barry?
I completely agree with what you're saying. I guess that was my question in regards to docks and landings, as we're not looking really for parking in Dorset or in like any of our settlement areas. It's more mainly to do with docks and landing and parking issues. Has there been any conversation with, in regards to experience with that type of master plan?
Yes, and through you, Mayor, I have discussed with them that a large area that we're looking at is our docks and landings locations. They haven't handled that specific type of consideration. However, in their words, and from what I've been able to find as well, it is a unique situation. Now, at the same time, what we did discuss is that a lot of the concepts of the development processes associated with a plan or some type of feedback that would give recommendations are similar processes and similar concepts. They're just on different scales, be it geographical or the demographics associated with it. Certainly this would allow us to, at that first stage, as we have the discussion with that management team, to really drill into those exact types of specific questions and start to give that broader overview of where it is we want to go, what they might be able to offer us, really just have a back and forth conversation about it. And then move on from there. When we get to the council engagement session, we'd also have the option of whether or not we do want to expand this to any other areas, and that could be a question that's being asked if it's only docks and landings, or if we do want to look at potential long-term strategies. And that's something that with their expertise, they may be able to at least provide some information for us to consider. I'd be interested to see.
Other areas like.
What I mean by long-term and other areas is, for example, the parking lot here. The parking lot next door to us at the Stanhope Community Center, where we have, the majority of our parking lot with our staff team size taken up by our own equipment, and a parking lot that isn't a size that would facilitate a full community center and a staff team, say, on a weekday, and those types of considerations, as we've seen here in the winter time. And those are just two examples, but I also start to move into thoughts about considerations that we've recently addressed, such as user parking for snowmobile access, putting those types of things in place. We know that we have access and parking capacity issues at the Dorset Tower, and those types of things get exacerbated with seasonal visitation in the village, where people also park, etc. And then when I've had upfront discussions with the consultant, they advise considering looking at things like population forecasts over long periods of time, deciding whether or not you want to look at a 10-year forecast, a 20-year forecast. And what we know we have now is a problem we arrived at over that period of time. We now have the opportunity to build on those numbers and try to look at what's coming next. We're dealing with the nows problem, but we know the population of the province and the area is increasing, and there's a lot of information at various levels of government to say what those increases are going to be. So you can make some reasonable assumptions about where you're going to end up in 20 years' time. So it's really interesting in discussing with them that And this is where I think the process of having them here and we're all able to talk about it will be so helpful, is that there's a number of things that when they start to give examples of situations that they've been able to help municipalities with, that I think may be worth looking at, or at least considering at some point in the future. So.
Counselor Shertreed?
And just for the future, will they also give us direction on lakes that aren't at capacity so that we have thoughts for the future and our parking at docks and landings? That would be helpful.
And through you, Mayor, absolutely, I agree. And that's something that I would want to make sure gets brought up during that discussion phase. We'd really want to come prepared with as many points as possible to bring to their attention so that they can then refine those points into a strategy or a philosophy.
Counselor Richards?
Yeah, but I do think we have to look at beyond docks and landings. I'm thinking trails in particular, just thinking of the James Cooper Trail, there's very limited parking there for a trail.
Sorry, where?
James Cooper,
Oh, yeah.
that we're, on the tails of a discussion of wayfinding signs, we're pushing people into areas where there's not enough parking, and we have no plans to do anything about it, or philosophy or concept on what to do about it. And it's exasperating neighborhoods throughout the entire township. So having an overall plan, concept, and hopefully even funding to go towards these things in a priority way will help us for in the future with those population projections come up with a better plan.
Other comments or questions?
Very consistent with what's been said before. My hope is that by having this initial staff and council engagement session, we can ensure they understand that we're not looking for to invoke the Rolls Royce word again, all singing, all dancing solutions for our parking plans. This has got to be really Algonquin Highlands driven, and almost humble, rather than being a flashing, dancing system. And I'm just glad that there's so much conversation at the beginning that can really set them off in the right direction. I think we might be able to encourage them to stay with us.
Of course, it's an Algonquin Highlands focused project. Couldn't be anything else. Sort of trying to tie it in with the signage and the wayfinding. Counselor Barry?
I completely support the engagement and the, the idea of going ahead with a parking master plan. I do have some reservations on the cost of money and the urban experience they have. Like, I'm a little bit nervous to support the money without having some form of consultation to make sure that they're up for the challenge
Have a full understanding of what
Yeah,
it is we're looking
that's kind
for.
of where I'm sitting.
The only question that I have about this, and I mean, that's a point well taken, is probably best directed to yourself in the absence of Mr. Thorne. Like, I kind of understood that we kind of had two parking plans in, one is one for docks and landings. And we've also asked for something to be done, in the Big Hawk Lake Road and the parking issue there, which I understand is public works are being managed by Public Works. Is that correct? Or how we differentiate and how that may or may not be involved in what we're talking about here?
Yes, yeah, exactly, Mayor, is part of the parking that the Public Works is working on is just the angled parking along the road. The other part of the Hawk parking would be included in this.
Okay.
Mhm.
So other thoughts about how we move forward, given Councillor Barry's concerns? Go ahead, Chris.
Thank you through you, Mayor. Just considering what Councillor Barry has brought up, they have laid this out as work areas with costing associated with each work area. From this, I would expect that when I get back to them, we'd then have an agreement essentially to sign. And what we could look at is that we're not essentially committing to the entire thing. So that's to say that we could do, if we wanted to, the work area one, study design and startup tasks. We have that discussion. Part of that discussion includes getting a clear understanding of what they can offer in this type of rural context and relative to some of the things we can identify right up front. And if as the staff team, we feel that we needed to bring that back based on what we heard from them to have further discussion at council, I think we'd have that option, but I'm not certain that we'd be saying that yes, we're gonna, agree to the entire amount and send it to you right away. There's still the phased portions. I could have that discussion with them if that's what council would like to do.
Thoughts from council? Madam Clerk, did you have a comment that you wanted to make? Councillor Richards.
I think it may be that coming at it from a different angle than what we're used to may be a benefit to us, that they are more urban rather than rural. I think we know what we've been doing. I think our staff know what we've been doing, and maybe we need a different perspective on it.
Well, and I'm sure there's been a number of conversations that you've had with them, and they know what our issue is and what our problems are. Like I don't have any great concern with moving forward at this point in time. I mean, acknowledging that this is the beginning of an ongoing project. Go ahead.
And also, it's something that our staff and council are going to be heavily involved with these conversations and planning. So I think we're going to be able to get our points across for our concerns.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions? What have we got for a resolution there?
Be it resolved, council receives Park Recreation Trails Report PRT 725 regarding proposal for parking consultant services for information, and council accepts the proposal from BA Consulting Group in the amount of $25,000.
Mover and a seconder, Councillors Shortreed and Richards. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So next is your monthly activity report.
Yes, thank you. So gearing up for the spring and summer season, and what that means is our Dorset Towers opening for this weekend. This is the kind of unofficial kickoff to the camping season for the Halliburton Highlands Water Trails as well. A lot of the activities over the past month have been associated with that, including onboarding of all of the seasonal staffing and new and the recruitment process associated with that. One thing I would like to highlight that unfortunately, again, during our recruitment, we have not been successful in being able to hire swim instructors. So we won't be going ahead again with that program this year. And I will mention during my registration for the Parks Recreation Ontario Forum, I read some information on that where there's a national shortage of swim instructors. And so it was interesting to find that information out. And so other municipalities all over the place are having the same issue across the continent. And larger municipalities that have large pool centers and facilities are actually coming up with programs where they train instructors right from being children to then become their staff later on. So it was interesting to find that information out, but still unfortunate that again, this season, we aren't able to find instructors. Next is, wanted to highlight to council that I do have a test environment now developed for the resident, non-resident fees for CAMUS, which is our campsite reservation system. I've just received that, and that'll be going through some testing. I'm still waiting on a meeting with the developer for Perfect Mind, which is our recreation related software provider, to get that piece moving. And I don't have a date yet for that. So I unfortunately won't have a comprehensive understanding of what we can offer until I'm able to have that discussion with them. And then, of course, I'll be bringing that information back to council. Our Indigenous garden up at the Tapscott Lopez Park, very exciting project. I have over the past month been able to have some success with making contact with the organization of the Curve Lake First Nations, and they're called Four Directions Conservation, and they offer services in line with what it is we're looking to do, which is to partner with the Indigenous community for this garden. They've offered to put together a proposal for their services. So I'm waiting to get that proposal, but it sounds like a really exciting opportunity that may well align with what it is that we're looking to do. We've gotten docks in across all of our docks and landings over the past couple of weeks, and they're in place and ready for residents to use for this May long weekend. We do still unfortunately have the access to the Frost Center hiking trail closed. I had sent some information when that first happened to council just regarding a culvert issue at the access there. I had a site meeting with their site manager there at the end of last week. And we're talking about some interim measures to provide access there, that we just have to finalize some conversations around liability associated with that before we can move anything forward, because it does look like it's going to take some time to have work done there. So I wanted to highlight that both to the public that's listening and to council, because as we move into the May long weekend, it's one of our busier trail locations. And we may get some inquiries in relation to that. We have it signed. We're directing people to another available trail that's just across the road from that site, which is working out quite well. And then finally, we had, I just want to talk for a moment about the Volunteer Appreciation Wine and Cheese event. So excellent event. Thank you to everybody who was involved and being able to attend. We did have decent attendance, 38 people, 136 were invited, but very well received, and what I consider to be a very successful event. So congratulations to staff and everybody involved in organizing that.
No, I definitely mirror the comments about the event. A very tasteful job done on, how the center looked. I think it was a good turnout. I would hope for more, and I think we probably need to do maybe a little bit more promotion next year. But it was a really lovely event. Well done. I like the decor. They really make a good punch, those folks. Non-alcoholic punch for the public's information. Yeah, so thanks to everybody, and particularly to Sandra. I know she was very much, that was, her project. So I was really pleased with that. I have a couple of questions. I'm very, very disappointed about the swim instructor results, because I know that, the last time we spoke, you said you thought you had a number of interested parties, and it's just too bad in an area where there's so many lakes and so much opportunity that we can't find swim instructors. I wonder if there are any opportunities for other types of swimming programs, not necessarily teaching people how to swim, but swim fitness types of aquafit sorts of programs. If there's any opportunity that we could look at something like that for a program, just food for thought for you to see if there's something that you can bring back or something that we can offer, because I think there's some opportunity there. Go ahead.
And thank you for that thought. Aquafit was a part of our offerings with these instructors. And of course, you do still need certified instructors with those same, what are called waterfront, NLS certifications. In general, it's been challenging this season for recruitment. The job market is such that it's been more challenging than average, I would say. And when I had last spoke to council about it, there was we did have a number of options and a number of opportunities as far as applicants go, and ultimately they didn't come to fruition or work out. So something we are yes, looking at different possibilities and different options. And I don't want to, I still think of the spaces available now for something to be offered in the park in general, in some waterfront fashion would be spectacular. And maybe going the direction of looking at what we call our enhanced partnership type programs, where we seek out like a third party instructor who may want to partner with the township and may be able to offer something on site. So absolutely.
I'm so sorry to go back to the volunteer appreciation. I know one of the things that I've mentioned in the past, and I would like council to consider again, if we want to improve our numbers at the volunteer appreciation event, I still, there's part of me that thinks that we should be including our volunteer firefighters. I know that they have their own event, but it is more geared towards service awards and you know, years of service. It's a more formal event that, you know, that I think is separate from council voicing their appreciation for the volunteer aspect of the work that the volunteer firefighters do. So I just guess I'm looking for some thoughts from council on whether they agree that we would include them in a future event. Councillor Shortreed?
For sure. I 100% agree. They're volunteers too. And yes, they have their own event, but like you said, years of service and awards. This is acknowledging all our volunteers.
Yeah, I'm seeing nodding heads and smiles from everyone else. So if we could maybe consider that the next time for the next year's event, that would be great. The only other question that I've got about your report is I haven't heard you say exactly, or if you have, I can't recall you saying what you're considering as a location for the Indigenous Garden.
No, I have not. And I'm hoping.
It just seemed, to me, it needs to be visible.
Sure. And no, we haven't determined an exact location yet. I'm envisioning right near the entranceway though. And to the left is what I envision as you're looking at the park and you're looking at the pavilion. There's that fence line there and that area there.
Well, you've got the same vision as I do. Perfect. Thoughts on that, Councillor Richards?
Sorry, it's not a thought on that. I just had a question about the report.
Go ahead.
I got a call, and I think you got a call too, about a large section of the log chute coming off and going into somebody's dock.
I've raised that with staff already, and they're looking into that. But go ahead.
Had rebar coming out of it. And so I'm concerned that there may be more coming off. And I know you've requested the quote with Hawk River. Is there any indication on how quickly they're going to get back, and we can get into finding out how much or how quickly we have to deal with this before something else happens? A lot of kids use the river for tubing, so I'm just
Can I have some
want to see
clarification
something
there?
happen.
Have we requested a quote from Hawk River too?
I've not yet requested an updated quote from Hawk River. We had a quote during the insurance quotation process for them, which I've been able to review. And the CAO and I just recently had a conversation about that. And we'd like to re-engage them on that. And then
A quote for rebuilding or a quote for removal?
For removal.
Okay.
Yeah. And if I may, just in relation to the log, yes, correct. Unfortunately, a piece did float down river. The resident had gotten in touch with us. I spoke to them personally. We had staff on site yesterday looking at that right after the call and removing it today.
Sad situation overall. Other comments or questions about the report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Councillors Barry and Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved, Council receives Park Recreation and Trails Report PRT 825 regarding monthly activities for the month of April for information.
All in favor? That's carried. My apologies before you run away. I did have one more question about the residents versus non-resident fee structure. You mentioned that you were looking at that specific to camping fees, and I wondered if you had expanded that into the use of the Dorset Rec facilities.
Yes, and thank you. That's the portion that would be through Perfect Mind software. So the challenge is, and the reason it's taking so long to consider this is I have to figure this out with 3 different software providers. What we have for camping and canoe rentals and our rental processes, what we have for recreation, and then what we have for the Dorset Tower. So far, I've been able to get a test environment back for the camping and the rentals. The meeting that I've requested with Perfect Mind is relative to recreation related, which would include fees for the Dorset Recreation Center, as well as our community halls in Oxtongue and Stanhope, and program related fees as well.
Great.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't in any way suggesting that there needed to be a rush or that, I just wanted to make sure that we were looking at all aspects and appreciate some of the challenges we have with software and changes in software and numbers of different softwares we've got to work with. Thanks, Chris.
Yep. Thank you.
Next up is environmental business.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning, Ms. Murray. Go ahead.
Just bringing our my monthly activity report for April. Obviously, spring hours have come into effect as of May 1st, so we were working on signage and information updates for those. Just a note, as I did at last, the current pink landfill user ID cards do show an expiry date of April 30th. That date has been extended, so if anybody is listening in, please be aware of that. We have had a number of calls from residents asking about getting new cards, and so we're just we're sharing that information with them, and the communications coordinator has been getting that message out to residents.
Great. That would have been my next question for
Yeah.
getting it out.
I did have the opportunity in April to do site inspections with the Public Works Manager, which is a good opportunity. This winter was unusual. We had a lot of snow accumulation on our sites. We didn't ever have a thaw that sort of helped to manage that. So there was a large volume that was challenging just finding places to put it. And sometimes it impacted the actual services we were able to provide and operations at the site. So we've taken a look at that and looked at some possible changes that we can make that will help with snow management and site flow. So none of them will affect the services that are offered, but maybe just some minor reconfigurations and things along those lines. So in keeping with what was in the plan, but with a bit of a focus on that and making sure that we can accommodate a situation like that again, and ensure that the sites are a little bit more sustainable as far as the actual surfaces and that sort of thing of managing snow removal. So that was a good chance as well. We did have some damages that occurred again because of the large volume of snow. It was difficult to see where things were going. So we're addressing some of those fencing issues and that sort of thing coming up. And that's all I'd like to highlight for now. If I have any questions, I'm happy to.
Questions on the environmental report? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive it? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that council receives environmental report EB 1225 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I do have a question that you might have some information about. I got a very concerned bit of correspondence from a local resident who was asking about chemical spraying by aircraft. Has anything like that come to your attention? That anyone is doing any spraying of sorts?
No,
They
not
wanted
at
me
all.
to do something about it, and I haven't heard of anything like that happening.
It would be unusual as, you know, from my perspective, and something that I'm, it's not a server, you know, something that I'm not that familiar with, but I would think
Mhm.
that provincial permitting would be required for something like that, so.
Okay, thank you.
I can certainly make some inquiries with the.
Well, if you hear anything, let me know.
Yeah, for sure.
The other issue that I'm sorry, I kind of reversed how they're looked at was the resignation of several our members of our Environment and Stewardship Committee, unfortunately. And I think the recommended action is simply to receive the resignations and to post for new interested parties, and hopefully we'll get all kinds of interest. So could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the resignations? Councillor Richards and Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council acknowledge with regret the resignations of Thomas McKay and Jamie Sala from the Environment and Stewardship Committee, and that council direct staff to advertise for committee members.
All in favor? That's carried. In the meantime, how does quorum work for that committee? We just can't meet now until we have new members, or does the quorum number change?
You'd have to have quorum in order to meet. I don't, okay, yeah.
Okay. Next up is Public Works business. Thanks, Melissa.
Thank you.
So I think the only thing on the agenda are the airport committee minutes. And just as a bit of an update, the airport committee has been working very hard to make sure that there's a successful event on the 24th of May. There is a little more emphasis on kids, on music and arts. We do have a band set up. I'm not sure what you're trying to say. We do have a band booked that I'm really excited about, and we have lots of artists that are lined up, and maybe some classic and antique cars. I'm not sure how many there, but there's a lot of interest by the aviation community, and I'm hoping we have wonderful weather as we have had in the past, and we have a couple more meetings before the event takes place. So that's pretty much all on the airport committee, unless there's any questions. Could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the minutes of April 24th, May the 1st, and May the 8th? Councilors Richards and Barry.
Moved by Councillor Richards, seconded by Councillor Barry. Be it resolved, council receives the April 24th, May 1st, and May 8th, 2025 Airport Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is fire services.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
Good morning. Go ahead.
The main highlight that I want to bring forward today is the training that our firefighters are doing. We're active throughout the week with training along with the weekends to ensure that we do meet our compliances required for next June. and we're well on the way with what we're doing. So I know our training officer is very busy, and so are our staff members to do that. We have captains helping with training too, so that's really nice to see. The other thing, just for reference here, is we are considerably down in emergency responses right now, approximately 40% based on last year's numbers. It'll probably balance out by the end of the year, and I think it's got to do with the seasonal weather we have right now. So
My only question is whether you're continuing to actively pursue recruitment of volunteers, because I understand or hear, from time to time that we're low on volunteers and having some challenges with, cross coverage of calls. So just want to make sure that we're actively
we're
pursuing.
always trying to recruit. We have a different response protocol for the northern part of the township. If we have any call now, Dorset and Oxen Lake are responding together. Fortunate for a couple of our members, they've got full-time positions now with departments.
But that doesn't mean they're necessarily leaving.
They aren't
us.
leaving us, but right now they're at recruit training. So during the recruit training, they're gone all week. So they're going to stay, and that's actually going to help a little bit, because when they do come back, they'll be at staggered hours depending on their shifts, and they work 24-hour shifts. So 21 days of the month, they're actually here for the full 24-hour period. So we have put the things in place, so we do ensure we have proper manpower. We have been taking part in job fairs and that, and it's the demographics of the community that trying to find volunteers. And this is common right across the province, not just specifically for our area. I know that Lake Bays and Muskoka Lakes are having the same issues as us. They just don't, the demographics of having people around that want to be firefighters just aren't there right now, unfortunately.
And I'm assuming that we continue to use social media to the greatest extent possible.
Yes, we do.
To let people know that
Yes, we do.
what a great opportunity it is for young people who
It
want
is.
to volunteer with our fire services. I know it is, and I'm not sure that, some of the younger population recognize, the value.
And I think that reflects again on the level of our training, because our firefighters that have gone through our training program are having success when they apply to full-time departments. So there's opportunity for more of our residents who do the volunteer service to develop in the training that they potentially could have a career later on. So that should be a selling aspect for our positions.
Any questions for the chief? Hearing none, could I have a mover and a seconder to receive the report? Councillor Short-Reed, Deputy Mayor Dayu. Thank you, sir.
Moved by Councillor Short-Reed, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that council receive fire services report FD 425 regarding monthly activities for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Next up is finance business. Good morning, Madam Treasurer.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. So I just have the one report. It actually is a good news report for the township. We received a rebate of surplus funds from Workplace Safety Insurance Board. It's as a result of their return on investments in their insurance fund that we contribute to as a municipality. And the rebate represents 60% of the premiums that we paid in 2023. So this is the second time we've actually gotten a rebate from them. We did that, I think it was 2 years ago now. So their investments are working out well. So it's $69,405.95. Looking for council's direction on where these funds should be applied. My recommendation would be to go to the infrastructure fund, because then it can be reallocated and redistributed accordingly to the various projects, capital projects, infrastructure related, that will be going on through the year, and we can see where things land at the end of the year. But it is council's direction, and we go from there.
Nice surprise to get extra money that we weren't expecting. Thoughts on where the funding should go? Councillor Short-Reed.
I will take that advice and go to the infrastructure fund.
Thoughts from other members of council? Councillor Barry.
I support the infrastructure fund. The only other thought I had was, as we're over budget for the parking consultant, if that would be appropriate to use a section of that.
Go ahead.
There is, I think Chris mentioned there's 154,000 or something in that reserve. So the additional 5,000 can be taken from that parking reserve.
Okay.
Specifically.
When we have the opportunity to move and shift to, reserve funding as needed, so. What have we got for resolution there?
Be it resolved that council receives report TT 1325 regarding WSIB rebate of surplus funds for information, and further that council directs the funding be placed in the infrastructure reserve.
Can I have a mover and a seconder? Councilors Richards, Deputy Mayor Dayu. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Nothing under communications business. I think we do have a meeting booked for a second branding committee meeting. The date which escapes me right now, but
The doodle poll wasn't completely filled out yet, so
Oh.
we're just waiting
We're
on.
still
that
waiting. Okay.
finalized date.
that's why I don't know when the date is. Under administration business. The first item is Stanhope Museum update. Any information or updates or highlights anybody would like to give us?
Sorry.
Counselors associated
Sorry.
with Stanhope Museum?
Well, we took a small break there over the winter. Committee members have been working hard at sort of moving forward into a bit of a getting the sort of placement, getting the structure in place for having a bit of a stronger online presence. They've also been working on a marketing plan. We're in the process of updating our website and kind of getting our exhibits ready for the summer season. There has been a proposal made for, or there's been someone that has been reached out to in regards to a volunteer, or sorry, in regards to the Stanhope Heritage Garden. So there's a contract that's sort of in the works there to have the gardens looked after under budget, which is great. And there's been a talk in regards to having the window displays that are there, having sort of a Trump Doyle display put on it. So there was a bit of quite an in-depth conversation of what exactly that is and how we would go about that. So the committee is going to continue to work on a detailed project on what the committee would like, and then how we would bring that forward to council in regards to.
I really look forward to hearing, what the results of those conversations are. I think it's an exciting project, and
Yeah.
look forward to seeing something other than Pulse windows.
Yeah, as the building used to be a council chambers, I think the idea is that the sort of the view would almost be as though we were looking into the council chambers. So trying to kind of see
And
how
if
we would go about that.
If my understanding is that there is some question or discussion about whether it should be looking like an older versus modern
Yeah.
view, and I kind of like the idea of a historic view rather than us.
Yeah.
About the garden, sorry. Is the contract for the gardening the one garden, does it include the gardens or the beds that are around the museum itself? Or is it just the heritage gardens?
Good question. I'm not 100% sure. I know that some of it has been done by staff, some of it has been done by committee members in the past. I'm not sure where that lands. The main discussion was around the vegetable garden.
I can, if you give me a moment, I
Yep.
can check it
Yep,
for
you
you.
bet.
That's
Any other questions about the museum and their activities? Well, while the CAO is checking that, could I have a mover and a seconder then to receive the minutes of April 22nd? Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives the April 22nd, 2025 Stanhope Museum Committee meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Go ahead.
The contract is for the care and maintenance of the vegetable, herb, and citron gardens. It does not include the flower garden.
So we need to do a separate, what do we do about the front garden here?
Our staff do that.
Okay, so they can
Yeah.
do, all right, good. Next under administration business as a municipal and school board election voting method, which I think we see under the bylaw section. Any comment that you wanted to make about that?
No, this is just coming back from council's decision and direction, previous staff report to proceed with the internet telephone for the 2026 election.
Okay. Then I did ask for, because the deadline for delegations is coming up for the AMO conference. Just to see if there were any thoughts about whether we should be trying to make delegations, given the deadline. I still would say that I don't have a lot of faith in the benefit of making delegations. But it's there if anyone has any thoughts about delegations that we should or maybe should not make. Thoughts? Councillor Richards.
I know we've put a lot of focus on Crown Land, and there's a new minister. I don't know how discussions are going with furthering our desires on Crown Land, and if it's not going, maybe we should.
We've made, I think, at least 3 delegations with respect to Crown Land. I would say that as a result of the last delegation that we had with the previous minister, that there's been a very strong working relationship established between staff with the ministry and with our staff, and that those meetings seem to be going forward in a positive direction. And I don't want to tinker with that. I mean, if we're moving forward and things are positive, then, I think that I wouldn't want to see that change. So, unless there's something, else that you think that we should be approaching, I think we've kind of kicked the Crown Land can. There needs to be a different approach than a delegation at AMO. With that one, I'm not sure if there's really anything else that we need to do, but I did want to hear from council if there are any
Yeah.
thoughts there.
I agree. If it's now working, that's great. There's no point in doing another delegation. If it's not working, then maybe instead of a delegation, reaching out to the new minister to try to nudge it along. I don't know. Maybe could we get an update on how it's working with the Crown Land and our needs?
Maybe we can ask for that for a subsequent meeting, just to see where things stand. I know that there is a meeting scheduled for the not too distant future, so we'll look to hear back from that, because I know that it does impact a number of areas that we'd like to go forward on, and I certainly would like to see some progress there. So I think our CEO has heard that message. Okay, and next is planning business. Good morning, Mr. O'Callaghan.
Morning, Mayor and Council.
So your first item of business is a proposed shore road allowance closing.
Yes, thank you. This is a bylaw to close the shore road allowance. It was pulled from the consent agenda just because there is a slight point of note with it. Because the original lot, which the shore road allowance will join to, is a lot on a plan of subdivision, council will have to pass a technical bylaw, a deeming bylaw that deems that lot not to be a lot on a plan of subdivision, which will in effect allow for the shore road allowance and this property to merge. So it's really just technical in nature, but it's a necessary step. So we're proposing both a deeming bylaw be passed and the bylaw closing the shore road allowance be passed after that.
So that takes care of both items A and B.
Yes, yep, precisely.
Are there any questions associated with that? Is there a resolution? Okay, can we hear what it says?
Be it resolved that council receives planning report PL 4325 regarding proposed shore road allowance closing fronting property located at part of lot 17, concession 12, geographic township of Sherburne, Fleming, Quagama Lake, and the council deems the said shore road allowance to be surplus and directs the bylaw to stop up, close, and convey the said shore road allowance be tabled for further consideration.
A mover and a seconder for that. Councillor Shortreed and Barry. All in favor? That's carried. The next is the reports that we've received on housing. And thank you for the reminder of the properties that we do have available. Did you have comments that you'd like to make?
Nothing at this time. Council requested these come back just as a refresher on what properties were identified.
Sorry. Go ahead.
So which properties were identified in the original report along with the area and frontage zoning. So that chart's been provided again to council. So just sort of looking for council direction, if any, on this matter.
I know that it is a very high priority of councils to see if we can't initiate some housing projects. And personally, I think, and based on some of the discussions that I've had with council and we've had as a group, that we see our best bet as the property that is on 118. I kind of wish there was a little bit more push put on, working with Habitat for Humanity or seeing whether there's anything that we can do with them with respect to that. Otherwise, I'm hearing council's thoughts that they would like us to consider the two properties that are in the Maple Lake Estates, that we just simply dispose of them. They are lands that are available for development and they're not, doing any good or providing any benefit as they sit. And I don't really see them fitting particularly into any of the programs that would allow for affordable housing. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Yes, and having said that, I'm still intrigued by Councillor Barry's comment from the last meeting at which this was discussed, when she reminded us of the Habitat for Humanity program that at least they used to have, of putting together a single family dwelling for a family in need via voluntary action, etc. And I'd be very curious to know if they still do that, and if yes, that could be one method of disposing of the land, a donation to that end with Habitat.
So that was something that was brought up in our discussions with Habitat, and their focus now seems to be on the higher density form of development, but we can certainly contact them again to see if that's changed at all, if there would be any interest now that council seems interested in disposing of those two parcels of land.
Let's see what other members of council's thoughts are about that. Councillor Richardson, Councillor Barry.
Yeah, I think on these two particular lots, I'd rather just see them sold. The monies we could put into our housing reserve that we already have to go towards affordable housing, perhaps units within that hopeful future development that we're going to do with Habitat. Because the ongoing maintenance costs of being on a private road within Maple Estates, I don't think
Not geared to
really
affordable
fit
housing.
into that particularly. Whereas I think the money could be better used in the higher density development.
Councillor Barry.
I just wonder, has there been any continued conversation? Initially, when we had the delegations or presentations, we had one from Habitat for Humanity and we also had one for Places for People. I just wondered if there's been any other conversation with the latter.
Not with respect to these properties, and as far as developing them, no.
That's a good point. It's been my experience with Places for People that's to date that they have purchased developed properties and turned them into housing. Whether they would be interested in empty lots, I'm not sure, but that's something that we can ask Sean to look into. Deputy Mayor Dayu.
If memory serves, I seem to recall collaboration between Habitat and Places for People, where Places for People would take on some units within Habitat's development. So they would come into the same initiative, but later on, rather than being a separate initiative.
I still think that there's a benefit in talking to Habitat to see if they're interested in vacant parcels of land before we decide outright to just let's put them up for sale. So if we could make an inquiry there, just go ahead.
So just for clarification, we'll be reaching out to Habitat and Places for People to see if either or have interest in these 2 vacant parcels.
Sure. I mean, there's no harm in, I mean, they've been sitting for quite some time, so there's certainly no harm in waiting for a subsequent meeting to hear back from both parties. I mean, personally, I like the idea of just putting them up for sale and using the money for what might truly be a affordable housing and multiple unit development, but we'll see what they've got to say. Go ahead.
If there is no interest expressed from either of those parties, would council like to see a report brought back on disposing of the
Yes,
properties then?
yes, please. Any other questions for Sean on the issue of housing? Councillor Richards.
I'm wondering with the other property that's on Little Hawk, I know Habitat preferred the one on
118.
118. But I'm wondering if I noticed like a Bay's put out like a request for proposals from any developer out there that would be interested in coming up with a good plan that they would then donate money to. And I'm wondering if we did that for the property on Little Hawk, what potentially we could get out of it.
I'm sorry, without looking at the report myself, can you tell me what the acreage is on that particular property?
It's identified as 5.27 acres. It's zoned rural and it does have some environmental protection zoning on it. I'm not sure exactly the extent of the environmental protection zoning, but it could involve some additional studies being required.
That's an interesting idea. I mean, we only had really talked about, or I've only heard from members of council about disposing of the 2 in the Maple Lake Estates, but I kind of like that idea. To put out an RFP to see if there is any interest in some form of development. Do you have some thoughts about that? Councillor Berry?
What does that look like in regards to development and the township, the taxpayer would pay for a development to?
No, I mean, we'd be looking for a developer to say, here, we'll use the property or acquire the property. Here's what we'd like to do with it. I mean, it's been kind of sitting there for a long time. There's probably nobody out there really knows that it's there and available. Part of the problem with both the properties on Little Hawk and on 118 is neither one of them are really close enough to services that you'd normally look for affordable housing. But at least on 118, it's a major route where, on Little Hawk, it's not really, it's kind of tucked off. But there might be a developer that's interested in it. I'd sure like to hear what might come back on that. Deputy Mayor Dayu?
I totally appreciate what you're saying. And I also think there is a difference between affordable housing and deeply affordable housing. Sometimes affordable means bringing in the families who can have jobs in our local shops, and they've already got their own car and got a kid on the way, and they're not, they can't afford a $2 million property, but they're not looking for a bus line either. And that's a part of our demographic which is struggling. So, if those sorts of things were possible, that would be just great.
I'm not quite sure what the resulting point was there. I mean, are you suggesting something in particular that we look at for the Little Hawk property? Because we've talked about this before and kind of has been generally understood that the one that has got the most opportunity is on 118.
I guess I just want to reinforce the idea that if services aren't immediately available, it doesn't mean that we don't have to think about affordability at all. there is a middle demographic there. And if a developer for the second property could put together something that could satisfy that demographic, I think that would be a benefit to our community.
I'm sorry to be kind of chuckling because it's just, I'm looking at the definitions that, coming from the province and at different levels. They talk about attainable housing and affordable housing. Neither one of them have been, really clearly defined. And to hear you say deeply affordable housing, I'm thinking, oh my gosh, there's another one. Councillor Richards.
Yeah, I think the acreage is there, but it does have the environmental concerns. And you're also right that the public may not necessarily be aware that it's available. And to just put it up for sale, we may not get out of it what we want to get out of it, which would be, a more densified development, but that fits in with the local community as well.
Mhm.
And so if we put out a request for proposals to the developing community, it may not fit into Habitat or a like group to develop on something like that. Perhaps a private developer could come up with a proposal that,
Mhm.
council would like to see happen there. And we can get something going.
I'm thinking, and then I'll get to you, Sean. I'm just sort of thinking that maybe the direction we should take is to give you, an opportunity to put a report together with some suggestions about what we might include in an RFP, like exactly what it is we're looking for. And then I would look to you, had your hand up to see what comment you had to make.
Yeah, so I just wanted to also note that right now with the current zoning, the zoning would only permit a single family dwelling plus an accessory single family dwelling. The main dwelling could have an additional apartment, like a basement apartment, for example. So there is the potential for 3 separate units on that property. I initially, just sitting here, thought about the potential for severance on the property, but I think there'll be some complications there given its proximity to the previous waste disposal site and the pit across the street as well. So unfortunately, I think we are kind of limited as far as the current property fabric, but the potential for three units there.
What about opportunities to rezone?
Well, all of
Same
our
challenges?
Yeah, see, all of our zones only permit the maximum of the 2 dwellings with 1 accessory dwelling unit within one of those.
Councillor Richards?
Could we maybe think about if we could do something more there? Like, is there some other way we could rezone it to make it more attractive to a developer?
I can put some more thought to it. Just off the top of my head, I think there will be several barriers to achieving any more development on there than what currently would be permitted, especially without the communal servicing component as well.
It might be interesting to see if we, once you've had some time to think about it and detail what opportunities there would be, for a developer there to bring it back for us to have, further consideration. You never know what somebody might be interested in doing, rather than just a straight out sale. Councillor Barry.
Just in regards to the 118 property and communal servicing, is that something that we could look at? Is that allowable now?
It's a bit of a problem at the, there's still some, if it's my understanding, there's still some approvals that are required from the province with respect to communal servicing. And strangely enough, I recall being told at the last housing summit that we had, for some reason or other, it's easier for a developer to get approval for communal servicing than it is for a municipality. And I don't understand that, but it is what it is. But I think that's one of the things that Sean is continuing to keep his finger on the pulse of communal servicing, because that's what's required for 118.
Right, and that rests with the county right now. So my understanding is they'll be bringing a report to county council this summer with respect to communal servicing. So we have to wait for that component to unfold before we could entertain it at all. But it'll be quite some time before we could actually have shovels in the ground and then allow communal servicing in the community.
It's frustrating because we have a very, very strong desire to do some housing development, but it's such a challenge in such a rural area with some of the limitations that we have in place. Councillor Shortreed.
Could you have a semi-detached house on Little Hawk?
No, I don't believe the zoning would allow for it, no.
Not even with an exception,
I believe they're limited to the,
what you've already stated.
yeah, they're, oh my goodness, the community centers. The word escapes me right now, I'm sorry. Urban settlement areas.
Well, we'll leave that with you and let you put your thinking cap on and see what we come up with. And we need to try and keep moving forward in any way we possibly can, despite the challenges that we've got. Any other thoughts? Then I guess could I have well, maybe we better hear what you've got written there.
Just for clarification, council still wishes to proceed with staff contacting Habitat for Humanity and Places for People for the Maple Lake Estates lots
Yes,
and more information on the other two.
how we might develop the Little Hawk
118.
Lake Road property, not necessarily the 118 property, I think. Although what Habitat for Humanity brought us for 118 was certainly not what I expected. I mean, it was just a huge development, I think, beyond what we had considered. Not to say that we can't do it. Mover in a second. Oh, then let's hear it.
Be it resolved that council receives planning report PL 4825 regarding housing support options for information, and that council directs staff to contact Places for People and Habitat for Humanity to confirm any interest in the township-owned vacant land in Maple Lake, and a report be brought back for council for information and discussion. And further, the council directs staff to bring back a report with further information on options for property on Little Hawk Lake, for the property on Little Hawk Lake.
I move in a seconder. Councillor Richards and Shortreed. All in favor? That's carried. Excuse me. Thanks, Sean. Is lunch here? I have check. Yeah, I just suspect that this might take a little bit of conversation.
Concur.
Construction.
Oh. Well, okay then. Well, let's talk about camping on residential property.
Thank you. Yes, so council has expressed interest in bringing forward some options for consideration to allow camping on a private property within the township. So staff have developed a draft policy, and I'd like to thank the bylaw department as well, who helped me in preparing this document for council's consideration today. So the draft does contain a number of provisions, and I'll highlight those for council. It would allow for a maximum of one recreational vehicle or tent to be used within a lot that's zoned rural, hamlet residential, rural residential, or shoreline residential 1 or shoreline residential 2 for a period of time not exceeding a total of 7 days in a calendar year and for no more than 3 consecutive nights at one time. A recreational vehicle will need to meet the minimum setbacks for the corresponding zone in which it's located. A tent would need to be set back a minimum of 30 meters from all lot lines and a minimum of 60 meters from a high water mark. A recreational vehicle will need to be adequately serviced with potable water supply, as well as have a self-contained sewage disposal system. Where a tent is located on a vacant lot, the lot will be required to have an on-site Class 1 sewage system in compliance with the Ontario Building Code. And any vacant lots will also need to have a civic address assigned to them before a license could be issued. So those are really the highlights from the bylaw, and looking for council direction on that.
You're going to get lots of comments here.
Okay.
One thing just for clarity, this policy is directed at all residential lots? So there's no differentiation between a developed lot and an undeveloped lot?
So there is a slight difference where if it's a vacant lot, and you would be using a tent, you would have to have a class 1 sewage
Okay.
disposal system on it.
Okay. I look to comments. I got lots of things to say, but I'll wait and see if they're covered by other members of council first. Councillor, Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Shortreed.
Thanks for this. Fully agree with the concerns with camping on residential property, and I think those principles should carry us throughout. I do wonder if there are ways that we can meet those concerns, but still give a little bit more flexibility to the property owner. And the reason why I say that is that I think about, Crown Lake, for example, where there's a very small portion of land, Crown land, where up to 40 people might be camping at any one time, and some of them stay for several weeks at a time. And I'm not saying that that is well managed. It is not. I would not want to replicate what they have. But I think about the equity of someone who owns a piece of property. It is their land, not being permitted to use their land in a way that a member of the public could just a meter or so down the road. So my question for you is, if we look about the Public Lands Act and the ability to stay on a piece of Crown land for, I think it's 21 days before moving, is there any way that we can meet the concerns, which are so valid, but harmonize a little bit with what people are allowed to do on forested area or shoreline area in our region? That would be my principal thing, is to give a bit more flexibility in terms of numbers of nights, possibly ideally numbers of tents as well, because it isn't only just the one tent. Sometimes you have cousins who want to come up or whatever it might be, while still hitting those targets of septic concerns.
I have to agree that, and I think that you're going to hear from most members of council that we are seeking a little bit more flexibility. I personally, I think that there needs to be a clear differentiation between a developed property and a undeveloped lot. Because I definitely hear the concerns about, the septics and having a 911 number and all of those things. But I think of, like, I've got two scenarios in my head. One is a developed rural property, and you've got kids and they want to set up a couple of tents in the backyard. And they have the facilities to use, and we're telling them that they can only use those tents for like 3 days at a time or 7 days in total. And I think that's a bit harsh when you own the property and it's a beautiful season and the kids want to, sleep in the tent. To me, this seems like maybe we should be looking at, here's the rules for developed properties, here's the rules for undeveloped properties. And that's just my thought. I also have this view of a young couple who have saved up enough money to buy a property. And that's it for their finances. They've got to wait and they want to dream. They want to spend some time on that property and look at it and think about where this is going to go, where that's going to go. And while I don't see them wanting to move onto that property and live in tents and, do, the example that you've used for Crown land, I think that we should provide those opportunities to them. I mean, they might still have to have an outhouse. They would still have to have a 911 number for the property, but a little bit more time, call it dreaming time, or building their finances, because quite often people take time to collect the money to do a development. So that's why I'm seeing two different scenarios, or splitting, sort of splitting things out between developed and undeveloped land. Councillor Berry, then Councillor Richards.
I completely support what you're saying, and I agree with your examples. I also feel that to put your kids, your loud, stinky boys out in a tent for the summer for
It's funny that you would mention boys.
to think that I have to go and get a permit
Oh, yeah.
or a license to have my kids sleep in a tent, to me is just, I could see if, I was moving them out there for a month at a time, which is, not a terrible idea sometimes, but, yeah, to have to have a permit or a license for that, I feel is something I don't support. And I also think just in some of the bylaw that's written, there's some of that language is different. There's the placement permit, a license, like some of that language, it's just hard to understand what is actually being asked.
It's those bylaw people.
Yeah.
They're so strict. I'm just kidding.
Um, I certainly, I have my own children, so I can appreciate that. We can't look at it just for children though.
No, no, no.
And so the same scenario could happen for, and I'm, just throwing it out there for council's consideration is, you could have someone who has a home and they have people staying for the summer and it's adults. And that's their housing for the months on end.
Well, and I suspect that that is already taking place where there, because of the housing shortage,
It
and
is
the cost of housing, that there are people that are, setting up, they've set up a recreational trailer or something, and they're living there, period, without the benefit of, so yeah, how do we deal with it? Because I agree that I agree completely with what you're saying about families with kids and, what you want to do and should, I'll go to Councillor Richards and then back to Deputy Mayor Dayu and Councillor Shortreed.
Yeah, that's where I think that, maybe it could be considered like a 3 days, you don't need a permit. Beyond that, you would need a permit. But my other concern is that, it refers to tent or it refers to camper. Well, there's a big difference between a 2-man tent and a 20-man tent. There's a big difference between a 2-person camper and an 8-person camper. And all of that impacts the waste disposal. So I'd rather see us gear towards number of persons and time that is potentially overwhelming a septic versus number of units, because you could have, your brother come visit with his children, you don't have the room, so you say, well, you can come, but you got a tent, and they don't want to sleep with their kids, so there's 2 tents, but there's only 4 people versus, somebody else who sets up a 20-person tent because they exist. So I think we have to be careful on that.
Deputy Mayor Dayu, then Councillor Shortreed.
Yeah, very much to that point.
Mhm.
It draws me into the language of the short-term rental bylaw, and what consists of a bedroom and how many people are permitted in the bedroom. And I almost think about the tents as being equivalent to a bedroom with a top of 2 people. So, how many tents would you have? That would be the equivalent number of bedrooms with 2 people per. And if you're on a developed lot, you've got a septic, which has, a maximum X number of bedrooms that is allowed to be used for it. And if the number of tents exceeds the number of bedroom units that you are allowed for your septic, then, a further rule would apply. I think there's some alignment that possibly could be going on there.
And then there's the issue of the size of the tent, I mean, it could be, there's some pretty big tents out there.
Indeed, but if I may, if each tent is the equivalent of 1 bedroom and each bedroom can have a maximum of 2 people in it, then the tent could be the size of the Taj Mahal. There's still only 2 people permitted in that tent before, you're talking about another equivalent bedroom.
I'm not sure I agree with that. Like, I mean, a huge tent does not it does not equate to what the normal standard is for a bedroom in a residence. I mean, I think that there's a lot more thought that's going to need to be put into this policy before we land somewhere.
I'm struggling slightly with that philosophy because if we're doing tents, then there is a requirement in the bylaw at the present or the policy to have an outhouse.
Mhm.
They wouldn't be using the septic system necessarily. And if they were, that would be no different than you having company in your home for an extended period of time. If you have a trailer, they have a contained system that you wouldn't connect necessarily to your own septic system. If you were going to connect, that's a more permanent situation. So I'm not sure how we connect that with the septic system that exists on the property.
Counselor Richardson, Counselor Barry.
I think that's the point is that I'm trying to get at is that there can be various scenarios here. And we need to try to capture them with as much flexibility as possible, but still controlled. Because, you know, having family up for a weekend and there being 4 tents and it's only the weekend, no big deal, right? Necessarily, as long as that's not every single weekend. Because then you are overwhelming your septic. If it's a septic, if it's an outhouse, well, you're still doing more than you're expected or normally have done. But the same can be true with a camper. Even though it's contained, you still got a lot more people there than you would normally have potentially.
Do we, at a minimum, agree that we need to have a policy for developed property and a separate policy for vacant land?
They're different.
You see,
Or have two separate segments within a single policy would be the way I would.
yeah,
Yeah.
whatever. I mean, that we need to look at them in a different way. That's Counselor Barry.
Can I have clarification? I've read it, but now reading it a second or third time here, I'm not sure I completely understand. If I own a camper trailer that, I don't know, we drive to Tobermory once a summer, what is like I can keep that camper trailer on my property all the time?
It's just,
And I guess that's where I want clarification of keeping it on my property and using it on my property.
Storing your own personal trailer on your property is permitted
Mhm.
currently, but it just can't be used.
so if you see it's being used as a residential, I mean, which is, we see a lot of. There's
And
a
we're gonna
difference.
see more of,
Yeah,
like, let's be honest.
yeah, no, that's true. People need a place to live, and if they can't find anything else, I mean, they're very, very creative. Sean, and then Counselor Shortreed.
Thank you. So I will certainly try and separate within this draft policy what would apply to vacant land and what would apply to developed land. And if I'm hearing council, there's interest in increasing the number of nights that would be permitted on a vacant or on a developed piece of property.
Even on an undeveloped property, I would think.
Increasing the nights on both. Is council looking at doubling what's being proposed or tripling to be in line with the camping on Crown land?
You know, I've looked to other members of council, but I can see, someone inviting family up for a couple of weeks. And I wouldn't have an issue with that, unless they were rowdy, but that comes under other bylaw enforcement. But I think that we're really tight on the time. I mean, maybe we can extend the time for a single stay while looking at not necessarily doubling or tripling the overall period of time. Councillor Shortreed, you've had your hand up several times, so
It's okay. I just go back to Deputy Mayor Dayu's original example. And that's a lot of people staying in a very small spot all the time, all summer.
Mhm.
And so
which we want to avoid.
it's the amount of people, right? So like, can we limit the amount of people? I mean, if we say, okay, you can camp for a week, well, you can have a wedding and have, 70 people for a week all camping on your property. Right? So it's, and even with our noise bylaws problems, it's always, not always, a lot of times, it's a lot of people. So it's
I'm glad you brought that up because I mean, it was one of the things that I thought, yeah, like what about a wedding or, an anniversary or a party of any sort, family gathering, where you would have more people. So considering the number of people, I'll go to Councillor Barry and then back to you, Sean.
And that's sort of where I feel like with the permit or the placement license or that type of thing, I feel like something like that, I could see having a permit in place. But I think, you know, if you have three kids and it's like you get a friend next weekend and you get a friend next weekend and you get a friend next weekend, you've just filled your quota and I can't see, or a friend randomly stays over and you're like, you guys are staying outside. I know it's not always kids, but I don't think I should have to come to the municipality and get a permit to put my kids outside or to put my family members outside.
Sean, and then yourself.
Yeah, and personally, I can completely appreciate that. And I'm strictly wearing my planning hat right now. And I know planners are not everyone's best friend. But
we rely on your expert.
certainly, certainly. And the reason I am proposing the 7 nights is people buy and sell land, develop land based on zoning and an expectation of what could be developed next to them in the community they're building in. And this is a pretty substantial change because when someone bought a piece of property and developed there 10 years ago, they weren't anticipating that it could potentially turn into a part-time campground essentially, where there is already
Camping opportunity.
fair enough. But that's where I have some concerns with this bylaw. Right now, it's not permitted the way the zoning bylaw is worded. And we work on a complaint basis, and this is not something we typically receive complaints about. When there's bad offenders, yes, we'll hear about those, and those are ones that we go in, and we have the tools right now to enforce that. By introducing a license, that's where it becomes a little more complicated now because we have to strictly define what is allowed, where, when, for how many people. So this is a difficult policy to find a happy medium where you're not impacting people's existing property rights and allowing for, the young couple that has bought a vacant piece of property and want to camp on it a couple days versus the group of 20 or 50 that want to set up tents and have a wild party over several weekends all summer. And it's just really challenging to try and capture that under one single policy. So.
Deputy Mayor Dayu.
I feel your pain. I really, really do. And I think the pain that we feel can only be amplified by the experience of the planner and knowing how all of this fits together. For me, the slightly easier bits are the permit for the special event. So if you want to have a big old party, okay, special event, boom, that's a whole separate thing. And then for me, and I appreciate it's not shared entirely, but for me, it does feel like an easier sell. The question of the couple of tents for the adults or the kids who are there and sleeping outside on a fully developed land. For me, the key would be to tie it into existing septic capacity. And if you're not going beyond existing septic capacity as per building code, then great, have at it. It's your property, do as you wish. If you are, then, well, that's when the 21-day trigger comes in or some kind of trigger so that the example that Councillor Berry has raised or Madam CAO has raised, that's just a function of you owning your property and doing with it what you will. But the septic for me is the trigger. And then the middle ground is the really, really hard one. But if we could figure out how to, work out those easier examples, then we could drill down further on the harder middle part.
I see we'll go to Sean and then back to you, Councillor Berry.
Yes, and I meant to bring this up when you brought that idea up earlier. I'll have to check with our building department, but I think in most cases, properties are already at their septic capacity with the number of rooms that are contained within the dwelling. There might be some capacity for an additional bedroom, which would allow for maybe one more tent. So I can confirm with them what their thoughts would be on something like that. But I like the idea if they are exceeding the capacity, then we do put a cap on the number of days that a tent could be there.
Or maybe they have to build an outhouse. Okay.
And I don't know if there is provision for this, but For example, if there are a couple of kids who wanted to sleep outside rather they're in their own bedroom. Yes, there is a bedroom that exists, but it is currently vacant because it is being filled by the tent equivalent. And I wonder if there's any kind of differentiation there between adding additional people versus spreading out.
Go ahead.
I like the idea. I think that would be hard for staff to enforce.
Counselor Barry, then Counselor Richards.
It's my understanding that your septic is based on the number of bedrooms, but that being said, you could easily have bunk beds in bedrooms. So you've now just doubled your occupancy. You get your permit prior to putting in your, your infrastructure, your furniture, that type of thing. And I would think that it would be expected that in every house with your septic system that you would have guests come to your house, birthday parties, Christmas, friends over, whatever. Like I would think there's enough wiggle room in your septic system to allow for the occasional event. I don't think we're living in silos where it's just a family of four that's all they're having in and out of their house.
Counselor Richards.
Yeah, I agree with that. I really do think it's more about the number of people. I mean, you can have a 4-bedroom house, but only 3 people actually live there. And yet the septic's rated for 2 per bedroom, so 8. So you're really underwhelming your septic at 3. And then, you want to throw a tent in the backyard because the kids want to be cool and just sleep in the backyard. Like, it's not, it's really more about the amount of people, not bedrooms.
We've really thrown a huge headache at you. We know that. Go ahead.
And that just points to the infinite number of scenarios there could be, and where that makes it even more challenging to try and regulate that. And I mean, that's where we rely on the building code, and they have their fixed numbers. This is how many, bedrooms, fixture units, and whatever can be accommodated by this septic system. So it's very challenging to try and regulate beyond that with just the number of scenarios that could be there. And I profess I'm not a septic expert by any means, but yeah.
I'm, to be perfectly honest, I'm at a bit of a loss to land on specific direction for you. I mean, I know you've heard that we would like to try and, see the differentiation between developed lots and vacant lots, but beyond that, there's been so many scenarios put forward that it's, I can see you like, not that you have a lot of hair to tear out, but if there's any there, that you'd be tearing it out. Go ahead.
I believe our CAO brought this up at the previous meeting, is going out to the public and seeking out some public input on this. I could see there being a great benefit to that at this time. Is this something that the public wants? What are your ideas? Things that we can use to try and craft this even more, if it's even needed.
That's a good idea. I just wonder if council, excuse me, if we're going to put out a survey, if council could see it before it goes out, just in case we want to add something to it. There's clear direction. Okay, well, we'll move forward with the survey, see what results come back. It'll allow you some time to put your thinking cap on and see what you might come back to us, have some discussions with the bylaw department and see what they might have to say. What have we got for a resolution there?
Be it resolved, council receives planning report PL 4925 regarding camping on residential property for information, and that council directs staff to bring back a draft public survey for council review.
A mover and a seconder. Councilors Richards and Short Reed. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Pardon me? We will now break for lunch for a half an hour. Welcome back to the regular session or open session. Next, under planning is the Committee of Adjustment minutes from April 25th. Any
Oh, sorry.
comments?
No, nothing to add, but happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Mover and a seconder to receive them. Deputy Mayor Dayu, Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, second by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives the April 25th, 2025 Committee of Adjustment meeting minutes for information.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you.
Next is the external board meetings. Any update on the Dorset Partnership or the Health Hub?
That is a week and a half away.
We're waiting with bated breath. Anything on the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership?
Nothing on the Upper Trent Water Management Partnership. And the next meeting for the Muskoka watershed is next week.
Thank you. We did have an OPP detachment board meeting recently, which was very interesting. We got an update on our new detachment commander, who won't be with us until June. It's a she, and she has purchased a house in Highlands East, so obviously there's a commitment for her to stay. There'll be some longevity and there, which we were really happy about. Said a sad farewell to our existing detachment commander because he fit quite nicely into the community. We did receive a very detailed report on any criminal or activity that they've experienced over the last year. I would say overall, criminal activity is down slightly. I mean, it depends on, exactly what we're talking about, but overall down. There are some challenges with staffing. They've got, some staff they're on leave, whether it be WSIB or pregnancy or so they really have some shortfalls there. There is an interim detachment commander because the one has now left us, and the other because she won't be here till June. There is someone in place to take care of business in the meantime. Overall, the patrol hours are up, which is a good thing. I mean, because that keeps crime down. However, mental health calls have gone up considerably over the last year, and I think they're trying to work on that as best they can because it's not their area of expertise. I mean, they do have a mental health expert on their staff, but given how many calls there are, that is a bit of a challenge. Interestingly enough, although you'd like the police to be able to educate and inform people, the school boards do not want police presence. They don't want police to come and just sort of talk to the kids about anything, really, which I found absolutely astounding. I would have thought they would have welcomed a police presence, make presentations, explain certain things to kids, get them used to the police, that they're not something to be afraid of. And I know that the police are making efforts to try and attend more activities at the school and other areas where they can make presentations to people. I think if I'm not mistaken, that we're up 80% for violent crimes over the last year, which was a bit of a challenge. You don't like to hear that. I will say that the chair of the detachment board is just absolutely excellent at the job. He's very involved at all levels. He goes to everything, that he's offered as far as involvement in education and information. He does a super job of preparing agendas and is very informed. Oh, the new detachment commander's name is Deb McClure. Overall, they're saying that billable hours have been reduced for the county as a whole. by approximately 425 hours, which is a good thing. And our next meeting is in June. That's it for police. Anything that you'd like to bring forward from the library?
Yeah, we were given a great annual report by the library staff at the last board meeting. It will be forwarded to county council, and then I'd love to be able to share it here as well. Great news, Dorset numbers are going to be strength to strength. It's been, usership has been increasing steadily since opening, and we haven't even hit the busy season yet. So that's really, really good news.
Oh, that is good.
Yeah, and they are, as they said they would, staff are considering either changing, if necessary, the hours that they are opening Dorset or extending them. And one of the calls that has been put out from local parents is, can you try to get some hours after school? Because right now the hours are always when school is in session, and they'd love to have some times open for kids after school. So I think that's really good interaction, and I'll bring that report when it's been made available to council.
Excellent. Anything under community safety and well-being?
Nope, nothing under community safety and wellbeing or the river watershed.
Under county council, I don't know. I mean, we had an update from Eorn on, where they stand with installations. They're a little bit more than a little bit behind on the installation of new towers. They're doing well with co-locations. But there's some challenges with consultation with Indigenous groups, and some outcries from locals in certain municipalities that are creating a bit of a problem. So they're kind of up against the wall when it comes to meeting their deadline. They did get, I think I've advised you in the past that the Erin had asked for a year's extension on their project, which they got. And I'm just fingers crossed that they're able to complete, what the goals that they had laid out for themselves within the time frame that they've got left. Anything else on county council? I think that we are looking forward still to a report to come to us on service delivery. I think there's still some challenges there on us all coming together on, the direction that we want to take in a variety of different services. I've got my fingers crossed and really high hopes that we can make some improvements in regards to that, because at the present time, it's something that's just kind of in suspension. Staff are working on it. There's expectations of staff, and it's not fair if we're not going to move forward with some of these things. And there's some challenges there. Anything else that comes to mind about county council? What's going on there? Any questions about county council? That's it then. Nothing under general business. Are there any notices of motion? Hearing none. Were there any comments or requests for discussion about correspondence? Okay. It is interesting to see the number of pieces of correspondence of municipalities turning down the right to have strong mayor's powers. That strong feeling that it is not a democratic move and that the province should reverse that decision, although I rather doubt that they will. Anyway, mover and a seconder to receive correspondence. Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Councillor Barry, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved that council receives the May 15th, 2025 correspondence listing for information.
All in favor? Carried. So next up is closed session. Could I have a mover and a seconder to go into closed? Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Dayu, seconded by Councillor Shortreed. Be it resolved, council hereby adjourns its open session at 1:26 p.m. in order to proceed into closed session for the purposes of discussing labor relations or employee negotiations in accordance with Section 232D of the Municipal Act 2001. changes to role and duties of employee.
All in favor? That's carried. Welcome back to the open session. Next up are the bylaws. So could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the bylaws? Councillors Richards and Short Reed.
Moved by Councillor Richards, second by Councillor Short Reed. Be it resolved, the following bylaws be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with a corporate seal affixed. 2025-55 to stop up closing of a part of the original Shore Road allowance lying in front of Lot 17, Concession 12, Geographic Township of Sherburne, Fleming. 2025-56 to deem Part 1 on a registered plan 19R 4976, Geographic Township of Sherburne, not to be a lot on a plan of subdivision, Fleming, Coagama Lake, Marina Bay. Bylaw 2025-57 to deem Part 2 on registered plan RD 143, Geographic Township of Stanhope, not to be a part of a lot on a plan of subdivision, Robinson, Providence Drive. 2025-58 to authorize the execution of a merger agreement, Robinson, and 2025-59 to provide for an alternate voting method for the 2026 municipal and school board election.
All in favor? That's carried. Can I have a mover and a seconder to approve the confirmatory bylaw? Councillors Berry, Deputy Mayor Dayu.
Moved by Councillor Berry, seconded by Deputy Mayor Dayu. Be it resolved that bylaw 2025-54 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council held during its May 15th, 2025 regular meeting be received and read a first time, considered read a second and third time, and finally passed with the corporate seal affixed.
All in favor? That's carried. Finally, motion to adjourn. Councillor Short Reed, Councillor Richards.
Moved by Councillor Short Reed, second by Councillor Richards. Be it resolved that the May 15th, 2025 regular meeting is hereby adjourned at 1:39 PM.
All in favor? That's carried. Thank you, everyone.